Jack. How are you? Hiyo. Welcome back to another Cinephily Sweet Stream. How are you doing, Jack? A long time no see. By long time, I mean it's probably just been. It was just last week, right? Just last week. Getting ready for a drag show. I've never been to a drag show before. I don't think we really. Well, we probably do. We had a gay club around here. I don't know if it's still active, but my younger sister had a friend who worked there. It was called the Rainbow Cactus. I don't know if it's still in business. I wonder if it is. But yeah, no, I've never been to a drag show before. I kind of want to. Going to a big one with some of RuPaul winners. Huh? Which ones are gonna be there? I'm curious. I am curious to know. Please tell me. Please. I want to know. Are any of them Filipino? There's gotta be at least one Filipino. There was like one Filipino RuPaul drag show winner, wasn't there? Or was Sasha Colby and Nymphia Wind? Ooh, I don't know which seasons were they from. I can't remember. It's been a while since I have consumed any RuPaul. The last two? Okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I've consumed any RuPaul. It's been a while. But yeah, I had a rough start to my day. It was not great. The tears were shed. Tears were shed this morning. I thought... Nymphia is from Thailand, and you think Sasha is Hawaii. Hawaii has Filipinos there, many a Filipino. So, Sasha could very well be. But you know what, actually? What was the name? Sasha Colby. Let's see. Sasha Colby. Let's see. Sasha Kekauoha. Kekauoha? Went to Kailua school. So Sasha is that girl. Hawaiian. And then you think there have been a few Asian winners? That would make sense. Asians do be pretty. They do be pretty and talented. It's not just a beauty contest. It's a talent competition. And Nymphia Wind. Brah. Nymphia Wind is Taiwanese American. I can see how you get that mixed up though. But yeah, Taiwan. Leo Tao. But I hope your day started better than mine did. Raja from season 3. I'm pretty sure I remember at least one season having a Filipino contestant. RuPaul's Drag Race. Filipino contestant. Manila Luzon. Jiggly Caliente. Aura Mayari. Okay, Mayari. Let's go. And Rock M Sakura. Manila Luzon was in season 3 and All Stars 1 and 4. Jiggly Caliente. Yeah, I remember about hearing about Jiggly. I remember. Such a fun name, Jiggly. Very, very Pinoy. 15. Well, how many seasons are we at now? How many seasons of RuPaul's Drag Race? You went all in on the fan service for your character? Listen, no. This isn't even all. Listen, you want to know all in on fan service? There's worse than this. This isn't even fan service. This is just cleavage. It might be a little shiny, but this is just cleavage. All right. Listen, look at me and tell me this is all fan service. This is not all in on fan service. This is just a cute outfit. Just a cute outfit. Look at my shoes. Look at my shoes. They're nice shoes. Look at them. Definitely not all in. It's just a cute outfit. I have the tube top version also. But I like this because I have a fun little toggle like this, where I have my friend iPeco covering my boobs. She is my censorship bar. Captain Jack Thew, whatever your last name is. Listen, don't you dare judge me. Don't you dare judge me. There are worse things in this world. Drag is all fan service, okay? And you're gonna judge me for a little cleavage. How dare you? How dare you? On that note, bye. Okay, bye. Have fun at your drag show. Have fun at your drag show. Oh, where is my Junior? I will without you. Boo! Hiss! Boo! In Raleigh. Yeah, nothing happens around here. Nothing happens around whereabouts I am. I'm just kidding. Like we get a fair amount of stuff. Not often. Like not big fun stuff like that, but we get stuff. Actually, I missed out on Beach Week this year. Meh. You need to come up and see me. I mean, I don't know about there's things right now that I'm not gonna talk about that are maybe probably happening or not happening. I don't know yet. So I mean, hold off on that idea for now, I think, because I don't know where I'm gonna be in the next couple of months. Started a new mobile game because boredom. What are you playing? What are you playing? I was playing Mushroom Game, and then I stopped because it's too much of a time commitment, and I got other stuff to do. Which, speaking of other things that I have to do, starting next week, I'm going to finally start recording my music. I decided to just, like, forget about purchasing a new mic and just work with what I've got right now, and hopefully it'll come out sounding of a decent quality. Land of Jail, same as Whiteout Survival. Almost carbon copy as of games for years on mobile. Yeah, a lot of those games are like super familiar because they're copying each other, or they're just all made by the same developers and they're just like, you know what, let's do this, but just give it a different theme. So there's definitely a lot of that going around. I was playing a game that was similar to that, but I didn't get very far into it. It was like, it also had zombies in it. Yeah. I can't remember the name. I uninstalled it. But most of the time, I really only played new mobile games for money sometimes. Not like a sponsorship thing, but like there's this app called Mistplay. And so I'll like start new games with Mistplay just so I could get like 10-20 bucks from playing the game. I used to be able to cash it out to my PayPal, but I don't think I can do that anymore. Or at least I can't figure that out now. I think they either changed it. Yeah, now it's like mostly gift cards, so I can either cash it out for like an Amazon gift card or use it as Google Play money. So that's usually what I use it for, I guess. I should keep using it for my Amazon. Yeah, but that's what I do. That's what I do. Unless there's like a monetary gain from that. Unless it's on like the list of the Mistplay games, I'm probably not gonna play it. Like you said, boredom. You should get yourself some gift cards by playing through Mistplay. They got a lot of different kinds of games on there. You like the match 3 games? They got them on there. Catch you soon. Bye bye. Have fun at your show without me. Take pictures. I want to see pictures. Can you take pictures? I think you can take pictures, right? Yeah, show me some pictures. I want to see some pictures when you get back. Send me the site. I'll look at it. Okay, I will send it to you on the Discord later. Send pictures of the empty venue afterwards. That's almost as bad as threatening to douse my home in blue cheese. Diabolical. Diabolical. I have sweet tea. Blue cheese dressing, but still, that's blue cheese in goopy form. I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied. Anyway, there have been 17 seasons of RuPaul's Drag Race. I looked that up. Yes, I looked that up. I did. Your family, no! That's disgusting. How dare you? How dare you threaten me with this nonsense? That's terrible. Why would you do that? How dare? I can't believe someone would say they were gonna do that to me. Because you won't stop me? I will! I shall. You'll never find out where I live. I will move explicitly to deter you. Ah! I'll move away, far away. To the mountains. Do you know how much I know about you? It wouldn't be too hard right now. Listen. But you don't know my exact location and you never will. That's actually a really creepy thing to say, Jack. That's a very creepy thing to say. That's very sus. very sus. I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned right now, Jack. I'm a little concerned. Guys, I think I have to leave the country. My new alliance is scared I'm a stalker serial killer. Oof. What did you say to them? What did you say to them? I keep forgetting to bake my Temmie sculpture so I can paint it. Oh, also, I think I have an idea of what I'm gonna paint next week. I think I'm gonna paint Undyne's house. But the version that's on fire! Describing how one night. Oh. Yeah! Oh, you did that to them. Oh. The same thing that you did in the other game. Yeah. I think you have a problem, Jack. I think you have a problem. You tend to do this a lot. You might want to be a little introspective about this this tendency that you have to scare people and that you're trying to make friends with, or at least an acquaintanceship with. D&D skills have been so much better. I have seen that you've been doing your little D&D sessions in your Discord. I have seen that you have been doing that. How many sessions in are you now? Oh, I have a question. Do you do like an entire campaign in a session? Is that, or can you like spread a campaign across a few sessions? Because I know like usually when you play D&D, it's like a couple hours at least, right? So we do one shots and a long running campaign. Oh, okay. Okay. I am curious, but I don't know about joining. I don't know. I'm curious, mildly interested, I would say. I did always say that if I was going to try D&D again, I would make a tiefling, right? Because my last character was like a wood elf, and she was a druid, right? But she was afraid of spiders, so I do need a tiefling that has like a silly little quirk like that, of course. One shots are like one session, and a long running campaign would be a lot of sessions over months or years. You know what would be fun? To write a book, a series based off of your campaign. It'd be fun. Or like a little short story based on your one-offs. So I like writing. I used to write a lot, and then my brain got fucked. And I haven't been writing like that anymore. I should try again. I started out recently trying to write ASMR scripts to try to get myself back into the headspace of writing long-form content. So hopefully soon I can start doing that again. You're doing a one-shot around an orc village where everyone will play orcs, half-orcs, or goblins. Ooh. Like half-orcs, like half-orc, half-goblin, or like half-orc, half-human? Human-orc. Hork. What would you call a goblin orc? A gork? Or orblin? Half orc, half human. Hork. Orkman. Orman. Orkman. You know what? I like Hork better. Horks and Gorks. Based on 2024 rules. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, I don't know any of the rules. I don't know any of them. I'm just here. I used to have one of those D&D pages saved. Someone just sent me an integration book that includes kaiju and Asian compound stuff. Now, when you say Asian, do you mean like Japanese, like East Asian? Or do you mean like all Asian? Because Asia is a pretty big place, you know. Pretty big. You could play as a kitchen. A kitchen? All Asian. All. You said. Autocorrect did you wrong. Kitsune. Forward it to me. Oh, yes, please do. I do like to read sometimes. Only sometimes. I'm actually illiterate. I actually can't read. Yesterday was a lie. It wasn't actually me reading Jurassic Park. It was, someone else with my voice. And I'm totally not also going to read Jurassic Park today. It'll be someone else with my voice. Jack, do you like Jurassic Park? Do you like Jurassic Park? You gotta love Jurassic Park. Actually, God, we were in the prologue, and it was already kind of graphic, and I love that. I love that for it. I love that for that book. It's really great. I love it. I do. We're only a couple of chapters in. We're literally on page 59. I don't know what chapter that is. There's not like a numbered chapter system. It's literally just by pages. There's no like chapter guide in the front. And the chapters aren't separated by pages. Like the previous chapter runs into the page of the first chapter, and it's literally just separated by blank space and a large text for the chapter name. So I don't know which chapter we're on, because the chapters also are not numbered. They're just names for the chapters. I just can tell you that we're on page 59 of a Jurassic Park. Our next Comic-Con has a Jurassic Park theme. Oh! Jurassic. Is it like based off the movies Jurassic Park, or like book themed Jurassic Park, or like the new like cartoons Jurassic Park? I watched a lot of Jurassic Park iceberg videos. You forwarded it to me, the Ryoko guide. Oh, it's called the Ryoko guide. It's very Japanese, so that tells me that it might be Japan-centric. However, I will take a look at this later, because I do not have the time right now. I forgot I changed my picture on Discord. Teehee. Oh, Solace debut. Huh. kind of want to look, but also I'm live right now. All of it. I will look later. Gonna get ready, see you soon. Okay, bye. Have fun. I'm just gonna sit here and talk to myself for a little while. Brrr. I'm live if you're live. Okay. Oh, how did he get that? So I was told that the Discord was going to stop the rollout of the Discord guild stuff, and I know they're gonna stop like it as official thing, but they're keeping some things, I guess, because one of the other Discords that I'm in just got the guild tag thingy. So it seems like that's something that they're still going to be rolling out. Burp. Anyway, so before I get into the book, I'm just gonna tell all of my plans for the next couple of weeks to myself. So, Sindra, what are you planning on doing for the next couple of weeks when you during your non-streaming days? Oh, I'm very glad you asked, Sindra. I'm actually going to be working on recording the music that I've been writing for the last month. Finally, I am definitely going to do that because I decided, screw it. Why keep waiting on being able to afford a new mic when I can just try to work with the one that I have right now to record my stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and record my vocals for the songs that I've been working on so that I can release them maybe next month, probably, hopefully. Yeah. That's my plan. And then maybe, hopefully, I can afford a new mic at some point before the end of the year. Wow, Sindra, that's really great. I can't wait to hear the music that you're going to put out soon. Oh my gosh, that sounds so exciting. Ah, wow. Yeah, cool, thanks. I feel very awkward today because I had a very rough start to my morning. Wow, why do you feel awkward today? What happened? Oh, because when I got up this morning, my cat was missing and the door was open. So I thought that she got out of the house, which was devastating for me because I've already lost one cat. Not like lost, but dead lost. My first cat died. He was only 2 years old. It was very sad. And I was devastated. And I was going to be I was devastated today because I thought she was lost. What if she did get out and get hit by a car? But no, she was just hiding inside the fucking couch because my dad brought his dog over and she saw him outside, so she scampered away to fucking hide somewhere. And when I was calling her, she would not come out. So I thought she got outside because the door was left open, not the screen door, the regular door. So I thought maybe she got out because it was left open, or maybe someone was holding it open and she got out that way. But no, she was inside the couch and I was crying, sobbing because I was sad. And but we're here. we're here and I'm feeling better because I have iced tea and Jurassic Park, and there's nothing that could make me feel more better than iced tea and Jurassic Park, which is what we're going to continue reading today, because that was the plan, is to read more Jurassic Park today. And also the reading will calm me down from the fuck shit that happened this morning. I'm going to need more iced tea because the reading is going to dry out my mouth. It'll be drier than a desert. Actually, I should probably get water instead of more iced tea. That would be the smart, healthy thing to do. Am I going to do the smart, healthy thing, though? That remains to be seen. We'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. I don't know what I'm doing with my life. What is my life? I'm having an existential crisis. There's a painting of a gorilla. If you guys want to see my paintings, I post them into my Discord sometimes. We're gonna do a painting stream next week on probably Thursday. Or maybe I'll do it on Saturday. I'm going to think about it. I think actually, yeah, I'm gonna do it on Thursday. A painting stream on Thursday. So we'll have a Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams. Yes, I think that is the plan. I will think about it more tomorrow, which is my planning day, and then post it on my schedule. Yeah, that'll be it. That sounds like that sounds like the thing to do. My arm itches. It won't stop. I haven't had this problem in over a year because so I quit my last job working at a bakery because I had an allergic reaction to one of the cleaning agents, the sanitizing agents that they use. I had an allergic reaction to it after working there for about a year. Which is crazy how that happens, because it's not like they changed the agent, right? It's just something that suddenly happened to me out of the blue, that I started getting this allergic reaction to it. And I was like, alright, well, maybe I can find like a cream or something to make it go away. But nothing was working, and it got so bad, it like creeped up my arm, right? And it was so itchy, so bad, that I wanted to peel my skin off. That's how bad it was. And I could find like no relief from it. You know, I tried what do you call it, the pink stuff, the calamine lotion. I tried calamine lotion. I tried like I read something about like a wrap that you could do using like turmeric as one of the ingredients, right? I tried that, and I tried so many things. Eventually I got this like I started using like lotions and stuff that used colloidal oatmeal, right? The really, really fine oatmeal, and that kind of worked, I guess. But I also used diaper rash cream on my arm for like the zinc. Yeah, it was a fun, interesting time to be sure. That's the end of my fun fact of why I quit my last job that I had. Even I did enjoy working it. It's just unfortunate that that incident happened. And you know, it took a whole entire year for it to clear up. It took a whole year. It was very annoying. My skin was very it was like discolored and I felt very ugly. I felt very ugly. Okay. We're done with that. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to my Jurassic Park book reading. So let me get my audio set up for that. Let's go to YouTube and find the audio that I was using. Actually, no, wait, I have it saved on here. Wait, there's a live one. Oh. Oh, a live one. Stop this. Stop this noise. I want to see this live one. Oh. Oh, yeah. Well, it was live. Okay, okay, I'm digging this. I'm digging this. Okay. Swap to ASMR. It did swap, right? Yes. Okay. I'll be right back, actually. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Let me actually turn this down just a little bit. Okay. I think that should be fine. And now we will continue our reading of Jurassic Park. We are on page 59, and the chapter is called Plans. This just came, Elise said the next day, walking to the back of the trailer with a thick manila envelope. One of the kids brought it back from town. It's from Hammond. Grant noticed the blue and white InGen logo as he tore open the envelope. Inside there was no cover letter, just a bound stack of papers. Pulling it out, he discovered it was blueprints. They were reduced, forming a thick book. The cover was marked Isla Nublar Resort Guest Facilities. Full set Safari Lodge. What the hell is this? He said. As he flipped open the book, a sheet of paper fell out. Dear Alan and Ellie, as you can imagine, we don't have much time in the way of formal promotional materials yet. But this should give you some idea of the Isla Nublar project. I think it's very exciting. Looking forward to discussing this with you. Hope you can join us. Regards, John. I don't get it, Grant said. He flipped through the sheets. These are architectural plans. He turned to the top sheet. Client, InGen Inc., Palo Alto, California. Architects, Dunning, Murphy and Associates. New York, Richard Murphy, design partner. Theodore Chen, senior designer. Sheldon James, administrative partner. Engineers, Harlow, Whitney and Fields, Boston, structural. A.T. Misakawa, Osaka, mechanical. Tatsumi, hello. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Grant turned to the plans themselves. They were stamped, Industrial Secrets, do not copy, and Confidential Work Product, not for distribution. Each sheet was numbered, and at the top, these plans represent the confidential creations of InGen Inc. You must have signed document 112/4A, or you risk prosecution. Looks pretty paranoid to me, he said. Maybe there's a reason, Ellie said. The next page was a topographical map. It showed Isla Nublar as an inverted teardrop, bulging at the north, tapering at the south. The island was 8 miles long, and the map divided it into several large sections. The northern section was marked Visitor Area, and it contained structures marked Visitor Arrivals, Visitor Center/Administration, Power/Desalinization/Support, Hammond Dress, and Safari Lodge. Grant could see the outline of a swimming pool, the rectangles of tennis courts, and the round squiggles that represented planting and shrubbery. Looks like a resort all right, Ellie said. There followed detailed sheets for the Safari Lodge itself. In the elevation sketches, the lodge looked dramatic, a long, low building with a series of pyramids shaped on the roof. But there was little about the other buildings in the visitor area. And the rest of the island was even more mysterious. As far as Grant could tell, it was mostly open space, a network of roads, tunnels, and outlying buildings, and a long, thin lake that appeared to be man-made, with concrete dams and barriers. But for the most part, the island was divided into big curving areas with very little development at all. Each area was marked by codes. "Is there an explanation for the codes?" she said. Grant flipped the page rapidly, but he couldn't find one. "Maybe they took it out," she said. "I'm telling you," Grant said, paranoid. He looked at the big curving divisions, separated from one another by the network of roads. There were only 6 divisions on the whole island, and each division was separated from the road by a concrete moat. Outside, each moat was a fence with a little lightning sign alongside it. That mystified them until they were finally able to figure out it meant the fences were electrified. "That's odd," she said. "Electric fences at a resort." "Miles of them," Grant said. "Electric fences and moats together, and usually with a road alongside them as well. Just like a zoo," Ellie said. They went back to the topographical map and looked closely at the contour lines. The roads had been placed oddly, and the main road ran north to south, right through the central hills of the island, including one section of the road that seemed to be literally cut into the side of a cliff, above a river. It began to look as if there had been a deliberate effort to leave these open areas as big enclosures, separated from the roads by moats and electric fences. And the roads were raised up above ground level, so you could see over the fences. "You know," Ellie said, "some of these dimensions are enormous. Look at this. This concrete moat is 30 feet wide. That's like a military fortification." "So are these buildings," Grant said. He had noticed that each open division had a few buildings, usually located in out-of-the-way corners. But the buildings were all concrete, with thick walls. In side-view elevations, they looked like the concrete bunkers with small windows, like the Nazi pillboxes from old war movies. At that moment, they heard a muffled explosion, and Grant put the papers aside. "Back to work," he said. "Fire!" There was a slight vibration, and then yellow contour lines traced across the computer screen. This time, the resolution was perfect, and Alan Grant had a glimpse of the skeleton, beautifully defined. The long neck-arched pack. It was unquestionably an infant velociraptor, and it looked in perfect... The screen went blank. "I hate computers," Grant said, squinting in the sun. "What happened now?" "Lost the integrator input," one of the kids said. "Just a minute." The kid bent to look at the tangle of wires going into the back of the battery-powered portable computer. They had set the computer up on a beer carton on top of a hill floor, not far from the device they called the thumper. Grant sat down on the side of the hill and looked at his watch. He said to Ellie, "We're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way." One of the kids overheard. "Ah, Alan." "Look," Grant said. "I've got a plane to catch, and I want the fossil protected before I go. Once you began to expose the fossil, you had to continue or risk losing it." Visitors imagined the landscape of the Badlands to be unchanging, but in fact, it was continuously eroding, literally right before your eyes. All day long, you could hear the clatter of pebbles rolling down the crumbling hillside, and there was always the risk of a rainstorm. Even a brief shower would wash away the delicate fossil. Thus, Grant's partially exposed skeleton was at risk, and it had to be protected until he returned. Fossil protection ordinarily consisted of a tarp over the site and a trench around the perimeter to control water runoff. The question was how large a trench the velociraptor fossil required. To decide that, they were using computer-assisted sonic tomography, or CAST. This was a new procedure in which Thumper fired a soft lead slug into the ground, setting up shock waves that were read by the computer and assembled into a kind of X-ray image of the hillside. They had been using it all summer with varying results. Thumper was 20 feet away now, a big silver box on wheels, with an umbrella on top. It looked like an ice cream vendor's pushcart. Kind of want ice cream. Parked incongruously on the Badlands, Thumper had 2 youthful attendants loading the next soft lead pellet. So far, the CAST program nearly located the extent of finds, helping Grant's team to dig more efficiently. But the kids claim that within a few years it would be possible to generate an image so detailed that excavation would be redundant. You could get a perfect image of the bones in 3 dimensions, and it promised a whole new era of archaeology without excavation. But none of that had happened yet, and the equipment that worked flawlessly in the university laboratory proved pitifully delicate and fickle in the field. How much longer? Grant said. We got it now, Ellen. It's not bad. Grant went to look at the computer screen. He saw the complete skeleton, traced in bright yellow. It was indeed a young specimen, the outstanding characteristic of Velociraptor, the single-toed claw, which in a full-grown animal was curved. 6-inch-long weapon, capable of ripping open its prey, was in this infant no larger than a thorn on a rose bush. It was hardly visible at all on the screen. And Velociraptor was a lightly built dinosaur in any case. An animal as fine-boned as a bird, and presumably as intelligent. Here, the skeleton appeared in perfect order, except that the head and neck were bent back, toward the posterior. Such neck flexion was so common in fossils that some scientists had formulated a theory to explain it, suggesting that the dinosaurs had become extinct because they had been poisoned by the evolving alkaloids in plants. The twisted neck was thought to signify the death agony of the dinosaurs. Grant had finally put that one to rest by demonstrating that many species of birds and reptiles underwent a post-mortem contraction of posterior neck ligaments, which bent the heads backward in a characteristic way. It had nothing to do with the cause of death. It had to do with the way the carcass dried in the sun. Grant saw that this particular skeleton had also been twisted laterally, so that the right leg and foot were raised up above the backbone. It looks kind of distorted, one of the kids said, but I don't think it's the computer. No, Grant said, it's just time. Lots and lots of time. Grant knew that people could not imagine geological time. Human life was lived on another scale of time entirely. An apple turned brown in a few minutes. Silverware turned black in a few days. A compost heap decayed in a season. A child grew up in a decade. None of these everyday human experiences prepared people to be able to imagine the meaning of 80 million years, the length of time that had passed since this little animal had died. In the classroom, Grant had tried different comparisons. If you imagine the human lifespan of 60 years was compressed to a day, then 80 million years would still be 3,652 years. Older than the pyramids, the velociraptor had been dead a long time. Doesn't look very fearsome, one of the kids said. He wasn't, Grant said. At least, not until he grew up. Probably this baby had scavenged, feeding off carcasses slain by the adults after the big animals had gorged themselves and lay basking in the sun. Carnivores could eat as much as 25% of their body weight in a single meal, and it made them sleepy afterwards. The babies would chitter and scramble over the indulgent, somnolent bodies of the adult and nip little bites from the dead animal. The babies were probably cute little animals. But an adult velociraptor was another matter entirely. Pound for pound, a velociraptor was the most rapacious dinosaur that ever lived. Although relatively small, about 200 pounds, the size of a leopard, velociraptors were quick, intelligent, and vicious, able to attack with sharp claws, powerful clawed forearms, and the devastating single claw on the foot. Velociraptors hunted in packs, and Grant thought it must have been a sight to see a dozen of these animals racing at full speed, leaping onto the back of a much larger dinosaur, tearing at the neck and slashing at the ribs and belly. "We're running out of time," Ellie said, bringing him back. Grant gave instructions for the trench. From the computer image, they knew the skeleton lay in a relatively confined area. A ditch around a 2-meter square would be sufficient. Meanwhile, Ellie lashed down the tarp that covered the side of the hill. Grant helped her pound the final stakes. "How did the baby die?" one of the kids asked. "I doubt we'll know," Grant replied. "Infant mortality in the wild is high. In African parks, it runs at 70% among some carnivores. It could have been anything: disease, separation from the group, anything, or even attack by an adult. We know these animals hunted in packs, but we don't know anything about their social behavior in a group." The students nodded. They had all studied animal behavior, and they knew, for example, that when a new male took over a lion pride, the first thing they did was kill all the cubs. The reason was apparently genetic. The male had evolved to disseminate his gene as widely as possible, and by killing the cubs, he brought all the females into heat so that he could impregnate them. It also prevented the females from wasting their time nurturing the offspring of another male. Perhaps the velociraptor hunting pack was also ruled by a dominant male. They knew so little about dinosaurs, Grant thought. After 150 years of research and excavation all around the world, they still knew almost nothing about what the dinosaurs had really been like. "We've got to go," Ellie said, "if we're going to get to Chateau by 5. Next chapter. Gennaro's secretary bustled in with a new suitcase. It still had the sales tag on it. "You know, Mr. Gennaro," she said severely, "when you forget to pack, it makes me think you don't really want to go on this trip." "Maybe you're right," Gennaro said. "I'm missing my kid's birthday." Saturday was Amanda's birthday, and Elizabeth had invited 20 screaming 4-year-olds to share it, as well as Cappy the clown and a magician. His wife hadn't been happy to hear that Gennaro was going out of town. Neither had Amanda. "Well, I did the best I could on short notice," his secretary said. "There's running shoes your size, and khaki shorts and shirts, and a shaving kit, a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt if it gets cold. The car is downstairs to take you to the airport. You have to leave now to make the flight." She left. Gennaro walked down the hallway, tearing the sales tags off the suitcase. As he passed the all-glass conference room, Dan Ross left the table and came outside. "Have a good trip," Ross said, "but let's be very clear about one thing. I don't know how bad the situation actually is, Donald. But if there's a problem on that island, burn it to the ground." "Jesus, Dan, we're talking about a big investment." "Don't hesitate. Don't think about it. Just do it. Hear me?" Gennaro nodded. "I hear you," he said. "But Hammond—" "Screw Hammond," Ross said. My boy," the familiar, raspy voice said. "How have you been, my boy?" "Very well, sir," Gennaro replied. He leaned back in the padded leather chair of the Gulfstream II jet as it flew east toward the Rocky Mountains. "You never call me anymore," Hammond said reproachfully. "I've missed you, Donald. How is your lovely wife?" "She's fine. Elizabeth's fine. We have a little girl now." "Wonderful, wonderful. Children are such a delight. She'd get a kick out of our new park in Costa Rica." Gennaro had forgotten how short Hammond was. As he sat in the chair, his feet didn't touch the carpeting. He swung his legs as he talked. I'm just imagining a little old man, a little teeny tiny guy. There was a childlike quality to the man, even though Hammond must be, 75? 76? Something like that. He looked older than Gennaro remembered, but then Gennaro hadn't seen him for almost 5 years. Hammond was flamboyant, a born showman, and back in 1983, he had had an elephant that he carried around with him in a little cage. The elephant was 9 inches high and a foot long, and perfectly formed, except his tusks were stunted. Hammond took the elephant with him to fundraising meetings. Gennaro usually carried it into the room, the cage covered with a little blanket, like a tea cozy. And Hammond would give his usual speech about the prospects for developing what he called consumer biologicals. Then, at the dramatic moment, Hammond would whip away the blanket to reveal the elephant, and he would ask for money. The elephant was always a rousing success. Its tiny body, hardly bigger than a cat's, promised untold wonders to come from the laboratory of Norman Atherton, the Stanford geneticist who was Hammond's partner in the new venture. But as Hammond talked about the elephant, he left a great deal unsaid. For example, Hammond was starting a genetics company, but the tiny elephant hadn't been made of any genetic procedure. Atherton had simply taken a dwarf elephant embryo and raised it in an artificial womb with hormonal modifications. That in itself was quite an achievement, but nothing like what Hammond hinted had been done. Also, Atherton hadn't been able to duplicate his miniature elephant, and he'd tried. For one thing, everybody who saw the elephant wanted one. Then, too, the elephant was prone to colds, particularly during winter. The sneezes coming through the little trunk filled Hammond with dread, and sometimes the elephant would get his tusks stuck between the bars of the cage and snort irritably as he tried to get free. Sometimes he got infections around the tusk line. Hammond always fretted that his elephant would die before Atherton could grow a replacement. Hammond also concealed from prospective investors the fact that the elephant's behavior had changed substantially in the process of miniaturization. The little creature might look like an elephant, but he acted like a vicious rodent, quickly moving and mean-tempered. Hammond discouraged people from petting the elephant to avoid nipped fingers. And although Hammond spoke confidently of $7 billion in annual revenue by 1993, his project was intensely speculative. Hammond had vision and enthusiasm, but there was no certainty that his plan would work at all, particularly since Norman Atherton, the brains behind the project, had terminal cancer, which was a final point Hammond neglected to mention. Even so, with Gennaro's help, Hammond got his money. Between September of 1983 and November of 1985, John Alfred Hammond and his pachyderm portfolio raised $870 million in venture capital to finance his proposed corporation, International Genetic Technologies, Inc. Incorporated. And they could have raised more. Except Hammond insisted on absolute secrecy, and he offered no return on capital for at least 5 years. That scared a lot of investors off. In the end, they'd had to take mostly Japanese consortia. The Japanese were the only investors who had the patience. And that's about to start. Take a little stretch break. Crack my back a little bit. Sitting in the leather chair of the jet, Gennaro thought about how evasive Hammond was. The old man was now ignoring the fact that Gennaro's law firm had forced this trip on him. Instead, Hammond behaved as if they were engaging in a purely social outing. "It's too bad you didn't bring your family with you, Donald," he said. Gennaro shrugged. "It's my daughter's birthday. 20 kids already scheduled. The cake and the clown. You know how it is." "Oh, I understand," Hammond said. "Kids set their hearts on things." "Anyway, is the park ready for visitors?" Gennaro asked. "Well, not officially," Hammond said. "But the hotel is built, so there is a place to stay. And the animals. Of course, the animals are all there, all in their spaces." Gennaro said, I remember in the original proposal you were hoping for a total of 12. Oh, we're far beyond that. We have 238 animals, Donald. 238. The old man giggled, pleased at Gennaro's reaction. You can't imagine it. We have herds of them. 238. How many species? 15 different species, Donald. That's incredible, Gennaro said. That's fantastic. And what about all the other things you wanted? The facilities? The computers? All of it. All of it, Hammond said. Everything on that island is state-of-the-art. You'll see for yourself, Donald. It's perfectly wonderful. That's why this concern is so misplaced. There's absolutely no problem with the island. Gennaro said, then there should be absolutely no problem with an inspection. And there isn't, Hammond said. But it slows things down. Everything has to stop for the official visit. You've had delays anyway. You've postponed the opening. Oh, that. Hammond tugged at the red silk handkerchief on the breast pocket of his sport coat. It was bound to happen. Bound to happen. Why? Gennaro asked. Well, Donald, Hammond said, to explain that, you have to go back to the initial concept of the resort. The concept of the most advanced amusement park in the world, combining the latest electronic and biological technologies. I'm not talking about rides. Everybody has rides. Coney Island has rides. And these days, everybody has animatronic environments. The haunted house, the pirate den, the Wild West, the earthquake. Everyone has those things. So we set out to make biological attractions, living attractions. Attractions so astonishing they would capture the imagination of the entire world. Gennaro had to smile. It was almost the same speech, word for word, that he had used on the investors so many years ago. And we can never forget the ultimate object of the project in Costa Rica, to make money. Hammond said, staring out the windows of the jet. Lots and lots of money. I remember, Gennaro said. And the secret to making money in a park, Hammond said, is to limit your personnel costs. The food handlers, ticket takers, cleanup crews, repair teams. To make a park that runs with minimal staff. That was why we invested in all the computer technology. We automated wherever we could. I remember. But the plain fact is, Hammond said, when you put together all the in-laws and all the computer systems, you run into snags. Whoever got a major computer system up and running on schedule? Nobody I know. So, you've just had normal startup delays. Yes, that's right, Hammond said. Normal delays. I heard there were accidents during construction, Gennaro said. Some workmen died. Yes, there were several accidents, Hammond said, and a total of 3 deaths. 2 workers died building the cliff road. 1 other died as a result of an earth mover accident in January. But we haven't had any accidents for months now. He put his hand on the younger man's arm. Donald, he said, believe me when I tell you that everything on the island is going forward as planned. Everything on that island is perfectly fine. The intercom clicked. The pilot said, "Seatbelt, please. We're landing in Chateau." dry plains stretched away toward distant black butts. Black butts. The afternoon wind blew dust and tumbleweed across the cracked concrete. Grant stood with Ellie near the jeep and waited while the sleek Grumman jet circled for a landing. "I hate to wait on the money men," Grant grumbled. Ellie shrugged. "Goes with the job." Although many fields of science, such as physics and chemistry, had become federally funded, paleontology remained strongly dependent on private patrons, not private funding. That would have worked, though. Quite apart from his own curiosity about the island in Costa Rica, Grant understood that if John Hammond asked for his help, he would give it. That was how patronage worked, how it had always worked. The little jet landed and rolled quickly toward them. Ellie shouldered her bag. The jet came to a stop, and a stewardess in a blue uniform opened the door. Inside, he was surprised at how cramped it was. Despite the luxurious appointments, Grant had to hunch over as he went to shake Hammond's hand. "Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler," Hammond said. "It's good of you to join us. Allow me to introduce my associate, Donald Gennaro." Gennaro was a stocky, muscular man in his mid-30s, wearing an Armani suit and wire-framed glasses. Grant disliked him on sight. He shook his hands quickly. When Ellie shook hands, Gennaro said in surprise, "You're a woman." "These things happen," she said, and Grant thought, she doesn't like him either. Hammond turned to Gennaro. "You know, of course, what Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler do. They're paleontologists. They dig up dinosaurs." And then he began to laugh, as if he found the idea very funny. "Take your seats, please," the stewardess said. Closing the door, immediately the plane began to move. "You'll have to excuse us," Hammond said, "but we are in a bit of a rush. Don thinks it's important we get right down there." The pilot announced 4 hours of flying time to Dallas, where they would refuel, then go to Costa Rica, arriving the following morning. "And how long will we be in Costa Rica?" Grant asked. "Well, that really depends," Gennaro said. "We have a few things to clear up." "Take my word for it," Hammond said, turning to Grant. "We'll be down there no more than 48 hours. Grant buckled his seatbelt. "This island of yours that we're going to, I haven't heard anything about it before. Is it some kind of secret?" "In a way," Hammond said. "We have been very, very careful about making sure nobody knows about it until the day we finally open that island to a surprised and delighted public." I kind of wonder, why did they portray Gennaro as the opposite in the movie? He certainly was not a stocky, muscular man in the movie. Next chapter, Target of Opportunity. The Biosyn Corporation of Cupertino, California, had never called an emergency meeting of its board of directors. The 10 directors now sitting in the conference room were irritable and impatient. It was 8 p.m. They had been talking among themselves for the last 10 minutes, but slowly had fallen silent, shuffling papers, looking pointedly at their watches. "What are we waiting for?" one asked. "One more," Lewis Dodkin said. "We need one more." He glanced at his watch. Ronmeyer's office had said he was coming up on the 6 o'clock plane from San Diego. He should be here by now, even allowing for traffic from the airport. "You need a quorum?" another director asked. "Yes," Dodson said. "We do." That shut them up for a moment. The quorum meant that they were going to be asked to make an important decision. And God knows they were. Although Dodson would have preferred not to call a meeting at all. But Steingarten, the head of Biosyn, was adamant. "You'll have to get their agreement for this one, Lou," he had said. Depending on who you talk to, Lewis Dodson was famous as the most aggressive geneticist of his generation, or the most reckless. 34, balding, hawk-faced and intense, he had been dismissed by Johns Hopkins as a graduate student for planning gene therapy on human patients without obtaining the proper FDA protocols. Hired by Biosyn, he had conducted the controversial rabies vaccine test in Chile. Now he was the head of product development at Biosyn, which supposedly consisted of reverse engineering, taking a competitor's product, tearing it apart, learning how it worked, and then making your own version. In practice, it involved industrial espionage, much of it directed toward the InGen Corporation. In the 1980s, a few genetic engineering companies began to ask, what is the biological equivalent of a Sony Walkman? These companies weren't interested in pharmaceuticals or health. They were interested in entertainment, sports, leisure activities, cosmetics, and pets. The perceived demand for consumer biologicals in the 1990s was high. InGen and Biosyn were both at work in this field. Biosyn had already achieved some success, engineering a new pale trout under contract to the Department of Fish and Game of the state of Idaho. This trout was easier to spot in streams and was said to represent a step forward in angling. At least, it eliminated complaints to the Fish and Game Department that there were no trout in the streams. The fact that the pale trout sometimes died of sunburn, and that its flesh was soggy and tasteless, was not discussed. Biosyn was still working on that, and the door opened and Ronmeyer entered the room, slipped into a seat. Dodson now had his quorum. He immediately stood. "Gentlemen," he said, "we're here tonight to consider a target of opportunity, InGen. Dodson quickly reviewed the background. InGen startup in 1983 with Japanese investors. The purchase of 3 Cray XMP supercomputers. The purchase of Isla Nublar in Costa Rica. The stockpiling of amber. The unusual donations to zoos around the world. From the New York Zoological Society to Ranthambore Wildlife Park in India. Despite all these clues, Dodson said, we still had no idea where InGen might be going. The company seemed obviously focused on animals, and they had hired researchers with an interest in the past, paleobiologists, DNA phylogeneticists, and so on. Then, in 1987, InGen bought an obscure company called Millipore Plastic Products in Nashville, Tennessee. This was an agribusiness company that had recently patented a new plastic with the characteristics of an avian eggshell. This plastic could be shaped into an egg and used to grow chick embryos. Starting the following year, InGen took the entire output of this millipore plastic for its own use. Dr. Dodson, this is all very interesting. At the same time, Dawson continued. Construction was begun on Isla Nublar. This involved massive earthworks, including a shallow lake 2 miles long in the center of the island. Plans for resort facilities were let out with a high degree of confidentiality, but it appears that InGen has built a private zoo of large dimensions on the island. One of the directors leaned forward and said, "Dr. Dodson, so what?" "It's not an ordinary zoo," Dodson said. "This zoo is unique in the world. It seems that InGen has done something quite extraordinary. They've managed to clone instinct animals from the past." "What animals?" "Animals that hatch from eggs, that require a lot of room in a zoo." "What animals?" "Dinosaurs," Dodson said. "They are cloning dinosaurs." The consternation that followed was entirely misplaced in Dodson's view. The trouble with money men was that they didn't keep up. They had invested in a field, but they didn't know what was possible. In fact, there had been discussion of cloning dinosaurs in the technical literature as far back as 1982. With each passing year, the manipulation of DNA had grown easier. Genetic material had already been extracted from Egyptian mummies and from the hide of a quagga, a zebra-like African animal that had become extinct in the 1880s. By 1985, it seemed possible that quagga DNA might be reconstituted and a new animal grown. If so, it would be the first creature brought back from extinction slowly by the reconstruction of its DNA. If that was possible, what else was also possible? The mastodon, the saber-toothed tiger, the dodo, or even a dinosaur. Of course, no dinosaur DNA was known to exist anywhere in the world, but by grinding up large quantities of dinosaur bones, it might be possible to extract fragments of DNA. Formerly, it was thought that fossilization eliminated all DNA. Now that was recognized as untrue. If enough DNA fragments were recovered, it might be possible to clone a living animal. Back in 1982, the technical problems had seemed daunting, but there was no theoretical barrier. It was merely difficult, expensive, and unlikely to work. Yet it was certainly possible if anyone cared to try. InGen had apparently decided to try. "What they have done," Dodson said, "is build the greatest single tourist attraction in the history of the world. As you know, zoos are extremely popular. Last year, more Americans visited zoos than all professional baseball and football games combined, and the Japanese love zoos. There are 50 zoos in Japan, and more being built. And for this zoo, InGen can charge whatever they want. $2,000 a day, $10,000 a day. And then there's the merchandising, the picture books, t-shirts, video games, caps, stuffed toys, comic books, and pets." "Pets?" "Of course. If InGen can make full-size dinosaurs, then they can also make pygmy dinosaurs as household pets. What child won't want a little dinosaur as a pet? A little patented animal for their very own. InGen will sell millions of them, and InGen will engineer them so that these pet dinosaurs can only eat InGen pet food. Jesus, somebody said. Exactly, Dodson said. The zoo is the centerpiece of an enormous enterprise. You said these dinosaurs will be patented. Yes. Genetically engineered animals can now be patented. The Supreme Court ruled on that in favor of Harvard in 1987. InGen will own its dinosaurs, and no one else can legally make them. What prevents us from creating our own dinosaurs, someone said. Nothing, except that they have a 5-year start. It'll be almost impossible to catch up before the end of the century. He paused. Of course, if we could obtain examples of their dinosaurs, we could reverse engineer them to make our own. With enough modifications in the DNA to evade their patents. Can we obtain examples of their dinosaurs? Dodson paused. I believe we can. Yes. Somebody cleared his throat. There wouldn't be anything illegal about it. Oh no, Dodson said quickly. Nothing illegal. I'm talking about a legitimate source of their DNA. A disgruntled employee, or some trash improperly disposed of. Something like that. Do you have a legitimate source, Dr. Dodson? I do, Dodson said. But I'm afraid there is some urgency to the decision, because InGen is experiencing a small crisis, and my source will have to act within the next 24 hours. A long silence descended over the room. The men looked at the secretary, taking notes, and the tape recorder on the table in front of her. I don't see the need for a formal resolution on this, Dodson said. Just a sense of the room, as to whether you feel I should proceed. Slowly, the heads nodded. Nobody spoke. Nobody went on record. They just nodded, silently. Thank you for coming, gentlemen, Dodson said. I'll take it from here. Louis Dodson entered the coffee shop in the departure building of the San Francisco airport and looked around quickly. His man was already there, waiting at the counter. Dodson sat down next to him and placed the briefcase on the floor between them. You're late, pal, the man said. He looked at the straw hat Dodson was wearing and laughed. What is that supposed to be? A disguise? You never know, Dodson said, suppressing his anger. For 6 months, Dodson had patiently cultivated this man, who had grown more obnoxious and arrogant with each meeting. But there was nothing Dodson could do about that. Both men knew exactly what the stakes were. Bioengineering DNA was, wait for weight, the most valuable material in the world. A single microscopic bacterium, too small to see with the naked eye, but containing the genes for a heart attack enzyme, streptokinase, or for ice minus, which prevented frost damage to crops, might be worth $5 billion to the right buyer. And that fact of life had created a bizarre new world of industrial espionage. Dodson was especially skilled at it. In 1987, he convinced a disgruntled geneticist to quit Cetus for Biosyn and take 5 strains of engineered bacteria with her. The geneticist simply put a drop of each on the fingernails of one hand and walked out the door. But InGen presented a tougher challenge. Dodson wanted more than bacterial DNA. He wanted frozen embryos, and he knew InGen guarded its embryos with the most elaborate security measures. To obtain them, He needed an InGen employee who had access to the embryos, who was willing to steal them, and who could defeat the security. Such a person was not easy to find. Dodson had finally located a susceptible InGen employee earlier in the year. Although this particular person had no access to genetic material, Dodson kept up the contact, meeting the man monthly. Banana! Hello, Jibro. How are you? Meeting the man monthly at Carlos and Charlie's in Silicon Valley, helping him in small ways. And now that InGen was inviting contractors and advisors to visit the island, it was the moment that Dodson had been waiting for, because it meant his man would have access to embryos. Let's get down to it, the man said. I've got 10 minutes before my flight. You want to go over it again, Dodson said. Hell no, Dr. Dodson, the man said. I want to see the damn money. Dodson flipped the latch on the briefcase and opened it a few inches. The man glanced down casually. That's all of it. That's half of it. $750,000. Okay, fine. The man turned away, drank his coffee. That's fine, Dr. Dodson. Dodson quickly locked the briefcase. That's for 15 species, you remember. All 15. Banana. Brendan the King, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. How are you? I remember. 15 species, frozen embryos. And how am I going to transport them? Dodson handed the man a large can of Gillette foamy shaving cream. That's it. That's it. They may check my luggage. Dodson shrugged. Press the top, he said. The man pressed it, and white shaving cream puffed into his hand. Not bad. He wiped the foam on the edge of his plate. Not bad. I'm doing pretty good. Had a little bit of a rough start this morning, but doing pretty good. Just having a glass of iced tea and reading Jurassic Park for everyone. Do you like Jurassic Park? Have you ever read the book before? This is my first time reading the books. It's very different. It's very different from the movies. Like, you expect books to be different from the movies, but at least portray characters similarly. Right. But this is so different. It's so graphic. I love it. Not lately. I wasn't expecting it to be graphic so early on, but it was like right in the prologue they hit you with it. I'm curious as to what the reason was they portrayed the lawyer, Donald Gennaro, as a small, skinny kind of, I don't know how to describe his personality, but definitely not the same as the character in the book. They describe him in the book as a stocky, muscular-built man in an expensive Armani suit with expensive glasses, and he seems quite capable. So far, Hammond seems to be similar to his demeanor in the movies. The can's a little heavier than usual is all. Dogson's technical team had been assembling it around the clock for the last 2 days. Quickly, he showed him how it worked. How much coolant gas is inside? Enough for 36 hours. The embryos have to be back in San Jose by then. That's up to your guy in the boat, the man said. Better make sure he has a portable cooler on board. I'll do that, Dodson said. And let's just review the bidding. The deal is the same, Dawson said. 50,000 on delivery of each embryo. If they're viable, an additional 50,000 each. So 50,000 for each embryo, 100,000 for each embryo if they're viable. It's a lot of money to be slinging around in the 1980s. Wow. That's fine. Just make sure you have the boat waiting at the east dock of the island. Friday night. Not the north dock where the big supply boats arrive. The east dock. It's a small utility dock. You got that? I got it, Dawson said. When will you be back in San Jose? Probably Sunday. The man pushed away from the counter. Dodson fretted. You're sure you know how to work the... I know, the man said. Believe me, I know. Also, Dodson said, we think the island maintains constant radio contact with InGen corporate headquarters in California, so... Look, I've got it covered, the man said. Just relax and get the money ready. I want it all Sunday morning in San Jose Airport, in cash. I'll be waiting for you, Dodson said. Don't worry. I guess in the 1980s they weren't super suspicious of large movements of cash like they are now, huh? Or maybe they were, and it's just for book purposes. There's gotta at least be some truth in fiction, right? At least some. Ooh, question for chat. If some really ambitious geneticists did actually create a Jurassic Park, a dinosaur amusement park, would you go? Having read the books, having seen the movies, would you go? I would go. I'm not gonna lie to you, I would definitely go to a Jurassic Park amusement park. I would go to a dinosaur amusement park, absolutely 100% hands down. I just wouldn't go on opening day, you know? I would wait a little bit for all the bugs to get out of the way, all the little security bugs. I'd wait a little bit before I go, just to make sure that it's safe. Or safe-ish. But I would go. Okay. Before I continue the next chapter, I'm going to run and get myself some more water so I don't dry out my mouth reading all of this. I'll be right back. Stay put. Okay, I'm back. Oh my goodness. Uh, uh, how do I? 5, what the? 5 years, 8 months, 16 days, 4 hours. Oh my god. What? Wait, what is this name? Ki, what do I call you? What do I call you? Ki, I, ooh, uh, okay, so I'm gonna say that first part is Kina, no, Kinea Nunguashir, Nunguashir, uh, get. I, uh, did I get any part of that correct? Kin, kin, kin was wrong. Uh, so is it like, is it phonetic, like ke inea nunguashir get. Uh, like ke inea nunguashir get. Uh, or like key in. But hello, how are you? How's it going? Welcome back, I guess. It took like a long streaming break and then rebranded as a VTuber, so 5 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. No, I had to take a lot of like intermission breaks, intermittent breaks. I was going through some shit a couple years ago, but I came back last year and have regularly been streaming as a VTuber. I have rebranded myself into a VTuber. I am now the anime girl that lives in your walls. Teehee. We were young when I followed, yes. Trying to remember what did I do when I played Overwatch. I played a lot of different. I played Monster Hunter World. I did a lot. I did a lot of things. I did mukbang streams. And a lot. It was fun. I had a lot of fun doing that stuff. But I wanted to try out VTubing and being a V-singer. Oh, I am working on music now. So I have my lyrics done and my backing tracks. So I just need to record my vocals, and then I haven't decided if I'm gonna try to mix it myself or send it to one of my friends to mix if they have the time. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. But I'm very excited to finally have this opportunity to have some of my own original music out. Hold on, I have to reply to this. There we go. I said that. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's continue. Continue reading. Ooh, now they're introducing Dr. Ian Malcolm. Shortly before midnight, he stepped on the plane at the Dallas airport. A tall, thin, balding man of 35, dressed entirely in black. Black shirt, black trousers, black socks, black sneakers. Damn, so Dr. Malcolm wasn't supposed to be sexy at all. They like reversed it, right? So they still didn't make Dr. Malcolm like a muscular, stocky man in the movie, right? He's still a skinny guy, but they basically like reverse rolled Dr. Malcolm and Gennaro, because in the movie Gennaro was a balding man, but he's supposed to be like good looking. Gotta go see you in 5 years. Okay. Thank you for dropping in. Have a good one. Ah, Dr. Malcolm, Hammond said, smiling with forced graciousness. Malcolm grinned. Bio? Hello, John. Yes, I'm afraid your old nemesis is here. Malcolm shook hands with everyone, saying quickly, Ian Malcolm, how do you do? I do maths. He struck Grant as being more amused by the outing than anything else. Certainly, Grant recognized his name. Ian Malcolm was one of the most famous of a new generation of mathematicians who were openly interested in how the real world works. The scholars broke with the cloistered tradition of mathematics in several important ways. For one thing, they used computers constantly.
I have arrived.
Fog, hello! A practice traditional mathematicians frowned on. For another, they worked almost exclusively with nonlinear equations in the emerging field called chaos theory. For a third, they appeared to care that their mathematics described something that actually existed in the real world. And finally, as if to emphasize their emergence from academia into the world, they dressed and spoke with what one senior mathematician called a deplorable excess of personality. In fact, they often behaved like rock stars. I'm doing okay. I'm feeling better now than I was earlier. You probably read, like, at least a brief, you probably read, like, the minimal information that I gave in the server this morning. But everything is right in the world now. I'm still like anxious and like I still have that anxious feeling, but this is helping. This is helping a lot. Malcolm sat in one of the padded chairs. The stewardess asked him if he wanted a drink. He said, "Diet Coke," shaken, not stirred. Humid Dallas air drifted through the open door. Ellie said, "Isn't it a little warm for black?" "You're extremely pretty, Dr. Sattler," he said. "I could look at your legs all day. But no, as a matter of fact, black is an excellent color for heat. If you remember your black body radiation, black is actually best in heat. Efficient radiation. In any case, we're only two colors, black and gray." That was fair. He went right for the legs. Ellie was staring at him, mouth open. "These colors are appropriate for any occasion," Malcolm continued, "and they go well together. Should I mistakenly put on a pair of gray socks with my black trousers?" "Feel like shit today, had to call out of work." "Aw, well, I hope you feel better later. Have you been drinking water or soup? If you have vinegar and something salty, I have a recipe for my sick soup that I can give you later. It's basically chicken soup, but it has vinegar with the vegetables, and I personally have a preference for salted duck eggs, so I'll cut open a salted duck egg and put it in the bottom of my bowl and ladle the soup over top, so it's a nice salty, a little bit vinegary. You can add spice to it if you want. It's very good. I don't really have a precise recipe for it. I kind of just put in whatever feels right, but some of the ingredients remain consistent. Oh yeah, you'll definitely be able to find at an Asian market. They're usually, not usually, they're usually in the refrigerated section, and all the salted duck eggs are individually wrapped in red packaging. They're sold in a carton though, but each egg is individually wrapped in red packaging. They're very good. I like them also with fried rice. Ah, yeah, definitely get some. Definitely get some. You won't regret it. Just remember that they are quite salty, okay? So you should not eat it by itself. I like to do it with, I like to use it to make egg fried rice, and I cut up some tomatoes and put it in with the egg fried rice. It helps cut through the saltiness with the sweetness of a tomato. But don't you find it boring to wear only two colors? Not at all. I find it liberating. I believe my life has value, and I don't want to waste it thinking about clothing. Malcolm said, "I don't want to think about what I will wear in the morning. Truly, can you imagine anything more boring than fashion? Professional sports, perhaps. Grown men swatting little balls, while the rest of the world pays money to applaud. but on the whole, I find fashion even more tedious than sports. It's a combination of me working too hard and working out too hard, and how freaking hot it is. Uh, so you think maybe it's muscle exhaustion? Well, brain exhaustion. I can probably find something for that too. Don't you guys usually take some kind of like protein shake for that? For at least for the muscle exhaustion? For your recovery? You think electrolytes? Mm, electrolytes. So I'll still go with the soup. Oh, a little secret. My sick soup that I'm telling you about, it also doubles as a hangover soup. Because the egg is not only salty. Duck eggs are not only salty when made like that, they're also oily. So the grease from the duck egg will help absorb the residual alcohols. Dr. Malcolm, Hammond explained, is a man of strong opinions. And mad as a hatter, Malcolm said cheerfully. But you must admit, these are non-trivial issues. We live in a world of frightful givens. It is given that you will behave like this, given that you will care about that. No one thinks about the givens. Isn't it amazing? In the information society, nobody thinks. We expected to banish paper, but we actually banish thought. Hammond turned to Gennaro and raised his hand. You invited him. And a lucky thing too, Malcolm said, because it sounds as if you have a serious problem. We have no problems, Hammond said quickly. I always maintained this island would be unworkable, Malcolm said. I predicted it from the beginning. He reached into his soft leather briefcase, and I trust by now, we all know what the eventual outcome is going to be. You're going to have to shut the thing down. Yeah, I don't really drink that much anymore either, but it's always good to have on hand. I used to be quite a heavy drinker. I don't think it was, it was probably, I was going to say I don't think it was in the way of becoming a problem, but I could be wrong. It probably could have become a problem if I didn't choose to slow it down. So, though I can't quite call myself a recovered alcoholic, I was on my way to becoming one. Shut it down, Hammond said angrily. This is ridiculous. Malcolm shrugged, indifferent to Hammond's outburst. I brought copies of my original paper for you to look at, he said. The original consultancy paper I did for InGen. The mathematics are a bit sticky, but I can walk you through it. Are you leaving now? I have some phone calls to make, Hammond said, and went into the adjoining cabin. Well, it's a long flight, Malcolm said to the others. At least my paper will give you something to do. The plane flew through the night. Grant knew that Ian Malcolm had his share of detractors, and he could understand why some found his style too abrasive and his applications of chaos theory too glib. Grant thumbed through the paper, glancing at the equations. Gennaro said, your paper concludes that Hammond's Island is bound to fail. Tekaginator. Hello, thank you for the follow. Correct. Because of chaos theory. Correct. To be more precise, because of the behavior of the system in phase space. Gennaro tossed the paper aside and said, "Can you explain this in English?" "Surely," Malcolm said. "Let's see where we have to start. You know what a nonlinear equation is?" "No." "Strange attractors?" "No." "All right," Malcolm said. "Let's go back to the beginning." He paused, staring at the ceiling. "It's some heavy rain." "I know. It's good heavy rain. I love heavy rain. All it's missing is a little bit of lightning. There's a light rumble of thundering in the background. It goes quite well with the dinosaur noises." "It's just the sound of it, just the sound of rain." Oh, ad break. I hope everyone enjoys your time in ad prison. When you get out, please let me know what they're trying to sell you. Physics has had great success at describing certain kinds of behavior. Planets in orbit, spacecraft going to the moon, pendulums and springs and rolling balls, that sort of thing. The regular movement of objects. These are described by what are called linear equations. And mathematicians can solve those equations easily. We've been doing it for hundreds of years. "Okay," Gennaro said. "Ooh, you've been spared from ad prison. They'll never catch you alive, huh?" But there's another kind of behavior which physics handles badly. For example, anything to do with turbulence. Water coming out of a spout, air moving over an airplane wing, weather, blood flowing through the heart. Turbulent events are described by nonlinear equations. They're hard to solve. In fact, they're usually impossible to solve. So physics has never understood this whole class of events. Until about 10 years ago, the new theory that describes them is called chaos theory. Chaos theory originally grew out of attempts to make computer models of weather in the 1960s. Weather is a big, complicated system, namely the Earth's atmosphere, as it interacts with the land and the sun. The behavior of this big, complicated system always defied understanding, so naturally, we couldn't predict the weather. But what the early researchers learned from computer models was that even if you could understand it, you still couldn't predict it. Weather prediction is absolutely impossible. The reason is that the behavior of the system is sensitively dependent on initial conditions. "You lost me," Gennaro said. "If I use a cannon to fire a shell of a certain weight, at a certain speed, at a certain angle of inclination, and if I then fire a second shell with almost the same weight, speed, and angle, what will happen? The two shells will land at almost the same spot, right?" Malcolm said. "That's linear dynamics." Yes, I am reading the Jurassic Park novel by Michael Crichton. I also have the second one to read when I'm finished with this, but we will take a break between books. I started reading it yesterday, and we are only 85 pages in. Oh no, my brain has been thoroughly rotted. I think even brain rotted individuals can read, I think. At least I would hope so. I definitely, I do pride myself in my ability to doom scroll TikTok. I'm also on Xiaohongshu. I can't read just right. That is very peculiar conundrum to have fit yourself into. Able to write but not able to read, then how do you know that you're writing the correct thing? But if I have a weather system that I start up with a certain temperature and a certain wind speed and a certain humidity, and if I then repeat it with almost the same temperature, wind, and humidity, the second system will not behave almost the same. It'll wander off and rapidly will become very different from the first. Thunderstorms instead of sunshine. That's nonlinear dynamics. They are sensitive to initial conditions. Tiny differences become amplified. God's guides you. How many gods guide you? At least 9. Ah. That's a lot of help. That's a lot of help to understand what you're writing. Or so I hear in my voice. Well, as a godlike being myself, you can add me to your walls. You now have 10 gods hiding in your walls. You're welcome. You now have a great sea dragon living in your walls. The Bakunawa, to be precise. I'm very popular. I think I see, Shinaro said. The shorthand is the butterfly effect. A butterfly flaps its wings in peeking. And weather in Norfolk is different. I said Norfolk. Weather in New York is different. Why did I see Norfolk? Apparently I can't read either. So chaos is all just random and unpredictable, Shinaro said. Is that it? No, Malcolm said. We actually find hidden regularities within the complex variety of a system's behavior. That's why chaos has now become a very broad theory that's used to study everything from the stock market to rioting crowds to brainwaves during epilepsy. Any sort of complex system where there is confusion and unpredictability, we can find an underlying order. Okay? Okay, Shannara said. But what is this underlying order? It's essentially characterized by the movement of the system within phase space, Malcolm said. I had a hiccup. Jesus, Shannara said. All I want to know is why you think Hammond's island can't work. I understand, Malcolm said. I'll get there. Chaos theory says two things. First, that complex systems, like weather, have an underlying order. Second, the reverse of that simple systems can produce complex behavior. For example, pool balls. You hit a pool ball, and it starts to carom off to the sides of the table. In theory, that's a fairly simple system, almost a Newtonian system, since you can know the force imparted to the ball and the mass of the ball, and you can calculate the angles at which it will strike the balls. You can predict the future behavior of the ball. In theory, you could predict the behavior of the ball far into the future as it keeps bouncing from side to side. You could predict where it will end up 3 hours from now in theory. Okay, Shannara nodded. But in fact, Malcolm said, it turns out you can't predict more than a few seconds into the future, because almost immediately, very small effects, imperfections in the surface of the ball, tiny indentations in the wood of the table start to make a difference. And it doesn't take long before they overpower your careful calculations. So it turns out that this simple system of a pool ball on the table has unpredictable behavior. Okay. And Hammond's project, Malcolm said, is another, apparently simple system, animals within a zoo environment, that will eventually show unpredictable behavior. And you know this because of theory, Malcolm said. But hadn't you better see the island to see what he's actually done? No, that's quite unnecessary. The details don't matter. Theory tells me that the island will quickly proceed to behave in unpredictable fashion. And you're confident of your theory. Oh yes, Malcolm said, totally confident. He sat back in the chair. There's a problem with that island. It is an accident waiting to happen. Do you just read, or do you also do ASMR triggers? So, I am completely new to the ASMR category. So, I have only been reading so far. I've only done a couple of ASMR streams. So, I don't really know what I want to do in the ASMR category outside of reading. I do also write ASMR scripts, so I don't know if I'll do ASMR scenes in that ASMR streams in that regard, but I do know that moving forward, I will write some of my own scripts to make ASMR videos. But for streaming, I'm still unsure. When I hear what type of scripts, like POV roleplay scripts, like not necessarily spicy ones. Yeah, yes, POV. Most of what I've written is for male ASM artists, but I think they can easily be changed around to be read by femme ASM artists. It is not. I've written wholesome scripts. What do you mean? They might be a little bit flirty, but innocent. It is not. What do you mean? I've literally, I can, I've written a script about having you over for tea, okay? Denial is the first step of acceptance. You can't put that on YouTube, okay? You put wholesome stuff on YouTube. POV hot tea in your mouth incoming. What? Now? What do you mean? Okay. Okay, I'll admit I have one series that I wrote about certain Greek gods flirting with you, and they get a little bit heading in that direction, but it's only one set. Nothing. They're just flirting with you. They're just flirting with you. Nothing happens. How many? None. Zero. 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 I haven't written any of those. I haven't sold my Greek god scripts yet, but if anyone does buy my Greek god scripts off of my coffee, and they are interested in taking it a step further, I am open for business. I could, but I am not going to unless there's a demand for it. And I'm not talking about a general demand. I mean a demand from me. I do commissions. I've only written for one person so far, though. He hasn't released all of the stuff yet. Yeah, I know. That's because people are goobly goblin gooners. And that's okay. Actually, they're more than just gooners, they're coomers. But there's no gooning here. None. And you are a gooner writer. Listen. I don't have anything to say to that. All lies in deception. What do you mean? No, I'm very wholesome. Very sweet, yes. I would never lie to anyone. Or I would never lie or deceive you. I'm totally not a villain in disguise, no. Speaking of villains, I do have a set of scripts on POV, you're the hero that got ab- abducted by the villain or some shit like that. I forgot what it is exactly, but I have a series where it's the hero and the villain. The viewer is the hero. You can almost see. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Hee hee. I don't know what you mean. Ad break incoming. Let me know what they're trying to sell you. Ah, delicious quenching water. I'm gonna need to get more water soon. Ads in ASMR category kinda wild. There's a reason I saw none on Twitch ASMR category. Huh? Huh? There's no ads in ASMR category, right? I have no idea, since it's all for Gooners. uh, I don't know. Maybe it depends on the channel. I have no idea. I don't know. But my ASMR streams have always been reading. Press the ads button. Huh? Huh? Thought I heard my cat. To test your theory. My ads are automatic. Ooh, does that mean I can turn them off for this stream? Ad revenue isn't really that much anyway. depends. I had more people yesterday, and there are more people streaming today because it's Saturday. But people who are interested, do stop by. Have you thought about doing Gunner content yet? I have not, no. No, I have not. That's where the money is nowadays. I mean, at least for ASMR, right? But I'm not like 100% an ASMR streamer. I usually play games. But I'm kind of limited on what games I can play right now. I have peeked in on some ASMR streams, and it does seem like a lot of like. I saw one that was like ear licking, and what was the other one? Oh yeah, like cleaning the ear with like a Q-tip, just like ear stuff. When those are usually the ones with the I forget what the mic is called, but the one that has the binaural microphone. You liked it, didn't you? No, I find it very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable to me. It makes me, ugh. It's not for me. So, personally, when it comes to ASMR, I prefer listening to the sound of food. Like, oh, so I used to listen to videos of butchers tearing through pounds of meat and breaking the bones. That's the kind of stuff I like to listen to. I like the sound of food prep. You don't like the sound of bones breaking when you're cutting through a chicken leg? Yeah, butchers cutting meat. Pounds of meat just being hacked and slashed and sawing through the bones. I swear I'm a normal human being. Okay. I need to get some more water. So, I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm ready for the next chapter. Oh. Got it. Oh shit. I kicked my desk. I've spilled a little of my water. With a whine, the rotors began to swing in circles overhead, casting shadows on the runway of San Jose Airport. Grant listened to the crackle in his earphones as the pilot talked to the tower. They had picked up another passenger in San Jose, a man named Dennis Nedry, who had flown in to meet them. He was fat and sloppy, eating a candy bar, and there was sticky chocolate on his fingers, and the flecks of aluminum foil on his shirt. Yeah, sounds about right. Nedry had mumbled something about doing computers on the island, and hadn't offered to shake hands. I wouldn't want to shake his hands. Sticky chocolate hands. Through the plexi bubble, Grant watched the airport concrete drop away beneath his feet, and he saw the shadow of the helicopter racing along as they went west, toward the mountains. It's about a 40-minute trip, Hammond said, from one of the rear seats. Grant watched the low hills rise up, and then they were passing through intermittent clouds, breaking out into sunshine. The mountains were rugged, though he was surprised at the amount of deforestation. Acre after acre of denuded, eroded hills. Costa Rica, Hammond said, has better population control than other countries in Central America. But, even so, the land is badly deforested. Most of this is within the last 10 years. They came down out of the clouds on the other side of the mountains, and Grant saw the beaches of the west coast. They flashed over a small coastal village. Bahia Anasco, the pilot said. Fishing village. He pointed north. Up the coast there, you see the Cabo Blanco Preserve. They have beautiful beaches. The pilot headed straight out over the ocean. The water turned green, and then deep aquamarine. The sun shone on the water. It was about 10 in the morning. Could be right. Did not good. No gooning. No gooning. Just a few minutes now, Hammond said, and we should be seeing Isla Nublar. Isla Nublar, Hammond explained, was not a true island. Rather, it was a seamount. A volcanic upthrusting of rock from the ocean floor. Its volcanic origins can be seen all over the island, Hammond said. There are steam vents in many places, and the ground is often hot underfoot. Because of this, and also because of the prevailing currents, Isla Nublar lies in a foggy area. As we get there, you will see. Ah, there we are. The helicopter rushed forward, low to the water. Ahead, Grant saw an island, rugged and craggy, rising sharply from the ocean. Christ, it looks like Alcatraz, Malcolm said. Its forested slopes were wreathed in fog, giving the island a mysterious appearance. Much larger, of course, Hammond said. 8 miles long and 3 miles wide at the widest point. In total, some 22 square miles, making it the largest private animal preserve in North America. The helicopter began to climb and headed toward the north end of the island. Grant was trying to see through the dense fog. It's not usually this thick, Hammond said. He sounded worried. At the north end of the island, the hills were highest, rising more than 2,000 feet above the ocean. The top of the hills were in fog, but Grant saw rugged cliffs and crashing ocean below. The helicopter climbed above the hills. Unfortunately, Hammond said, we have to land on the island. I don't like to do it because it disturbs the animals, and it's sometimes a bit thrilling. Hammond's voice cut off as the pilot said, starting our descent now. Hang on, folks. The helicopter started down, and immediately they were blanketed in fog. Grant heard a repetitive electronic beeping through his earphones, but he could see nothing at all. Then he began dimly to discern the green branches of pine trees, reaching through the mist. Some of the branches were close. How the hell is he doing this? Malcolm said, but nobody answered. The pilot swung his gaze left, then right, looking at the pine forest. The trees were still close. The helicopter descended rapidly. Jesus, Malcolm said. The beeping was louder. Grant looked at the pilot. He was concentrating. Grant glanced down and saw a giant glowing fluorescent cross beneath the plexibubble at his feet. There were flashing lights at the corners of the cross. The pilot corrected slightly and touched down on the helipad. The sound of the rotors faded and died. Grant sighed and released his seatbelt. We have to come down fast that way, Hammond said, because of the wind shear. There is often bad wind shear on this peak and, well, we're safe. Thank you for the follow, Tokum. I hope you enjoy your stay. Someone was running up to the helicopter. A man with a baseball cap and red hair.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
He threw open the door and said cheerfully, Hi, I'm Ed Regis. Welcome to Isla Nublar. Everybody watch your step, please. I'd drink it now. Delicious. Quenching, hydrating, moist. Water. Yeah. A narrow path wound down the hill. The air was chilly and damp. As they moved lower, the mist around them thinned, and Grant could see the landscape better. It looked, he thought, rather like the Pacific Northwest, the Olympic Peninsula. That's right, Regis said. Primary ecology is deciduous rainforest, rather different from the vegetation on the mainland, which is more classical rainforest. But this is a microclimate that only occurs at elevation, on the slopes of the northern hills. The majority of the island is tropical. I said quenching. Quenching. Not crunchy. Quenching. Down below, they could see the white roofs of large buildings nestled among the planting. Grant was surprised. The construction was elaborate. They moved lower, out of the mist, and now he could see the full extent of the island, stretching away to the south. As Regis has said, it was mostly covered in tropical forest. To the south, rising above the palm trees, Grant saw a single trunk with no leaves at all, just a big curvy stump. Then the stump moved and twisted around to face the new arrivals. Grant realized that he was not seeing a tree at all. He was looking at the graceful, curving neck of an enormous creature, rising 50 feet into the air. He was looking at a dinosaur. My God, Ellie said softly. They were all staring at the animal above the trees. My God. Her first thought was that the dinosaur was extraordinarily beautiful. Books portrayed them as oversized, dumpy creatures, but this long-necked animal had a gracefulness, almost a dignity about its movements, and it was quick. There was nothing lumbering or dull in its behavior, and the sauropod peered alertly at them and made a low, trumpeting sound, rather like an elephant. A moment later, a second head rose above the foliage, and then a third, and a fourth. Gennaro was speechless. He had known all along what to expect. He had known about it for years, but he had somehow never believed it would happen, and now he was shocked into silence. Thank you so much for the follow, Haka. Hello. The awesome power of the new genetic technology, which he had formerly considered to be just so many words in an underwrought sales pitch. The power suddenly became clear to him. These animals were so big. They were enormous. Big as a house, and so many of them. Actual damned dinosaurs. Just as real as you could want. Gennaro thought, we are going to make a fortune on this place. A fortune. He hoped to God the island was safe. Grant stood on the path on the side of the hill, with the mist on his face, staring at the gray necks craning above the palms. He felt dizzy, as if the ground were sloping away too steeply. He had trouble getting his breath, because he was looking at something he had never expected to see in his life. Yet he was seeing it. The animals in the mist were perfect apatosaurs, medium-sized sauropods. His stunned mind made academic associations. North American herbivores, the late Jurassic horizon. Commonly called brontosaurs, first discovered by E.D. Cope in Montana in 1876. Specimens associated with Morrison Formation strata in Colorado, Utah, and Oklahoma. Recently, Berman and McIntosh had reclassified it as Diplodocus based on skull appearance. Traditionally, Brontosaurus was thought to spend most of its time in shallow water, which would help support its large bulk. Although this animal was clearly not in the water, it was moving much too quickly. The head and neck shifting above the palms in a very active manner. A surprisingly active manner. Grant began to laugh. "What is it?" Hammond said, worried. "Is something wrong?" Grant just shook his head and continued to laugh. He couldn't tell them that what was funny was that he had seen the animal for only a few seconds, but he had already begun to accept it and to use his observations to answer long-standing questions in the field. He was still laughing as he saw a fifth and sixth neck crane up above the palm trees. The sauropods watched the people arrive. They reminded Grant of oversized giraffes. They had the same pleasant, rather stupid gaze. "I take it they're not animatronic," Malcolm said. "They're very lifelike." "Yes, they certainly are," Hammond said. "Well, they should be, shouldn't they?" From the distance, they heard the trumpeting sound again. First, one animal made it, and then the others joined in. "That's their call," Ed Regis said, "welcoming us to the island." Grant stood and listened for a moment, entranced. "You probably want to know what happens next," Hammond was saying, continuing down the path. "We've scheduled a complete tour of the facilities for you, and a trip to see the dinosaurs at the park later this afternoon. I'll be joining you for dinner, and will answer any remaining questions you may have then. Now, if you'll go with Mr. Regis." The group followed Ed Regis toward the nearest buildings. Over the path, a crude hand-painted sign read, "Welcome to Jurassic Park." Da 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 da. We're finally at Jurassic Park. Oh my gosh. My hand is kind of cramping from holding the book open. Da 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 da. I'm hungry. Stretch break before we start the next chapter. Whoop. Cracked my neck. I didn't mean to do that. But it happened. There we go. Got my back all nice and cracked. Yep. They They moved into a green tunnel of overarching palms, leading toward the main visitor building. Everywhere, extensive and elaborate planting emphasized the feeling that they were entering a new world. A prehistoric tropical world, and leaving the normal one behind. Ellie said to Grant, "They look pretty good." "Yes," Grant said. "I went to see them up close." I went to lift up their toe pads and inspect their claws and feel their skin and open their jaws and have a look at their teeth. Until then, I don't know for sure. But yes, they look good. "I suppose it changes your field a bit," Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. "It changes everything," he said. For 150 years, ever since the discovery of gigantic animal bones in Europe, the study of dinosaurs has been an exercise in scientific deduction. Paleontology was essentially detective work, searching for clues in the fossil bones and the trackways of the long-vanished giants. The best paleontologists were the ones who could make the most clever deductions. And all the great disputes in paleontology were carried out in this fashion, including the bitter debate, in which Grant was a key figure, about whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Scientists had always classified dinosaurs as reptiles, cold-blooded creatures drawing the heat they needed for life from the environment. A mammal could metabolize food to produce bodily warmth, but a reptile could not. Eventually, a handful of researchers, led chiefly by John Ostrom and Robert Bakker at Yale, began to suspect that the concept of sluggish, cold-blooded dinosaurs was inadequate to explain the fossil record. In classic deductive fashion, they drew conclusions from several lines of evidence. First was posture. Lizards and reptiles were bent-legged sprawlers, hugging the ground for warmth. Lizards didn't have the energy to stand on their hind legs for more than a few seconds, but the dinosaurs stood up straight legs, and many walked erect on their hind legs. Among living animals, erect posture occurred only in warm-blooded mammals and birds. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna try... Lafon Robredo. I'm so sorry, you guys, if I'm butchering names. I'm so sorry. Thus, dinosaur posture suggested warm-bloodedness. Next, they studied metabolism, calculating the pressure necessary to push blood up the 18-foot-long neck of a brachiosaur, and concluding that it could only be accomplished by a four-chambered, hot-blooded heart. They studied trackways, fossil footprints left in mud, and concluded that dinosaurs ran as fast as man. Such activity implied warm blood. They found dinosaur remains above the Arctic Circle, in a frigid environment unimaginable for a reptile. And the new studies of group behavior, based largely on Grant's own work, suggested that dinosaurs had a complex social life and reared their young, as reptiles did not. Turtles abandoned their eggs, but dinosaurs probably did not. The warm-blooded controversy had raged on for 15 years, before a new perception of dinosaurs as quick-moving, active animals was accepted, but not without lasting animosities. At conventions, there were still colleagues who did not speak to one another. But now, if dinosaurs could be cloned, why, Grant's field of study was going to change instantly. The paleontological study of dinosaurs was finished, and the whole enterprise, the museum halls with their giant skeletons and flocks of echoing school children, the university laboratories with their bone trays and research papers, the journals, all of it was going to end. "You don't seem upset," Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. "It's been discussed in the field. Many people imagined it was coming, but not so soon." "Story of our species," Malcolm said, laughing. "Everybody knows it's coming, but not so soon." As they walked down the path, they could no longer see the dinosaurs, but they could hear them, trumpeting softly in the distance. Grant said, "My only question is, where'd they get the DNA?" Grant was aware of serious speculation in laboratories in Berkeley, Tokyo, and London that it might eventually be possible to clone an extinct animal such as a dinosaur, if you could get some dinosaur DNA to work with. The problem was that all known dinosaurs were fossils, and the fossilization destroyed most DNA, replacing it with inorganic material. Of course, if a dinosaur was frozen, or preserved in a peat bog, or mummified in a desert environment, then its DNA might be recoverable. But nobody had ever found a frozen or mummified dinosaur, so cloning was therefore impossible. There was nothing to clone from. All the modern genetic technology was useless. It was like having a Xerox copier, but nothing to copy with it. Ellie said, "You can't reproduce a real dinosaur because you can't get real dinosaur DNA." "Unless there's a way we haven't thought of," Grant said. "Like what?" she said. "I don't know," Grant said. Beyond a fence, they came to the swimming pool, which spilled over into a series of waterfalls and smaller rocky pools. The area was planted with huge ferns. "Isn't this extraordinary?" Edregis said. "Especially on a misty day, these plants really contribute to the prehistoric atmosphere." "These are authentic Jurassic ferns, of course." Ellie paused to look more closely at the ferns. Yes, it was just as he said. Serena veriformans. A plant found abundantly in fossils more than 200 million years old, now commonly only in the wetlands of Brazil and Colombia. But whoever had decided to place this particular fern at a poolside obviously didn't know that the spores of veriformans contained a deadly beta-carboline alkaloid. Even touching the attractive green fronds could make you sick. And if a child were to take a mouthful, he would most certainly die. The toxin was 50 times more poisonous than oleander. People were so naive about plants, Ellie thought. They just choose plants for appearance, as they would choose a picture for the wall. It never occurred to them that plants were actually living things, busily performing all the living functions of respiration, ingestion, excretion, reproduction, and defense. But Ellie knew that. In the Earth's history, plants had evolved as competitively as animals, and in some ways more fiercely. The poison in Serena veriformans was a minor example of the elaborate chemical arsenal of weapons that plants had evolved. There were terpenes, which plants spread to poison the soil around them and inhibit competitors, alkaloids, which made them unpalatable, to insects and predators, and children, and pheromones used for communication. When a Douglas fir tree was attacked by beetles, it produced an anti-feedant chemical, and so did other Douglas firs in distant parts of the forest. It happened in response to a warning oleochemical secreted by the trees that were under attack. People who imagined that life on Earth consisted of animals moving against a green background seriously misunderstood what they were seeing. That green background was busily alive. Plants grew, moved, twisted and turned, fighting for the sun. And they interacted continuously with animals, discouraging some with bark and thorns, poisoning others, and feeding still others to advance their own reproduction, to spread their pollen and seeds. It was a complex, dynamic process which she never ceased to find fascinating, and which she knew most people simply didn't understand. But if planting deadly ferns at poolside was any indication, then it was clear that the designers of Jurassic Park had not been as careful as they should have been. Isn't it just wonderful, Ed Regis was saying. If you look up ahead, you'll see our safari lodge. Ellie saw a dramatic, low building with a series of glass pyramids on the roof. That's where you'll all be staying here in Jurassic Park. Grant's suite was done in beige tones, the rattan furniture in jungle green, print motifs. The room wasn't quite finished. There were stacks of lumber in the closet and pieces of electrical conduit on the floor. There was a television set in the corner with a card on top. Channel 2. Hypsilophodont Highlands. Channel 3. Triceratops Territory. Channel 4. Sauropod Swamp. Channel 5. Carnivore Country. Channel 6. Stegosaurus South. Channel 7. Velociraptor Valley. Channel 8. Pterosaur Peak. He found the names irritatingly cute. Grant turned on the television, but got only static. He shut it off and went into his bedroom, tossed his suitcase on the bed. Directly over the bed was a large pyramidal skylight. It created a tented feeling, like sleeping under the stars. Unfortunately, the glass had to be protected by heavy bars, so that striped shadows fell across the bed. Grant paused. He had seen the plans for the lodge, and he didn't remember bars on the skylight. In fact, these bars appeared to be a rather crude addition. A black steel frame had been constructed outside the glass walls, and the bars welded to the frame. Puzzled, Grant moved from the bedroom to the living room. His window looked out on the swimming pool. By the way, those ferns are poisonous, Ellie said, walking into his room. But did you notice anything about the rooms, Alan? They changed the plans. I think so, yes. She moved around the room. The windows are small, she said, and the glass is tempered, set in a steel frame. And the doors are steel-clad. That shouldn't be necessary. And did you see the fence when we came in? Grant nodded. The entire lodge was enclosed within a fence, with bars of inch-thick steel. The fence was gracefully landscaped and painted flat black to resemble wrought iron, but no cosmetic effort could disguise the thickness of the metal or its 12-foot height. I don't think the fence was in the plans either, Ellie said. It looks, to me, like they've turned this place into a fortress. Grant looked at his watch. You'll be sure to ask why, he said. The tour starts in 20 minutes. So much talking. My mouth is all dry. They met in the visitor building, 2 stories high, and all glass with exposed black and anodized girders and supports. Grant found it determinedly high-tech. There was a small auditorium dominated by a robot Tyrannosaurus Rex, poised menacingly by the entrance to an exhibit area labeled "When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth." Farther on were other displays. What is a dinosaur? And the Mesozoic world. But the exhibits weren't completed. There were wires and cables all over the floor. Gennaro climbed up on the stage and talked to Grant, Ellie, and Malcolm, his voice echoing slightly in the room. Hammond sat in the back, his hands folded across his chest. We're about to tour the facilities, Gennaro said. I'm sure Mr. Hammond and his staff will show everything in the best light. Before we go, I wanted to review why we are here, and what I need to decide before we leave. Basically, as you all realize by now, this is an island in which genetically engineered dinosaurs have been allowed to move in a natural park-like setting, forming a tourist attraction. The attraction isn't open to tourists yet, but it will be within a year. Now my question for you is a simple one. Is this island safe? Is it safe for visitors? And is it safely containing the dinosaurs? Gennaro turned down the room lights. There are 2 pieces of evidence which we have to deal with. First of all, there is Dr. Grant's identification of a previously unknown dinosaur on the Costa Rican mainland. This dinosaur is known only from a partial fragment. It was found in July of this year, after it supposedly bit an American girl on the beach. Dr. Grant can tell you more later. I've asked for the original fragment, which is in a lab in New York, to be flown here so that we can inspect it directly. Meanwhile, there is a second piece of evidence. Costa Rica has an excellent medical service, and it tracks all kinds of data. Beginning in March, there were reports of lizards biting infants in their cribs, and also, I might add, biting old people who were sleeping soundly. These lizard bites were sporadically reported in coastal villages from Ismaloya to Punta Arenas. After March, lizard bites were no longer reported. However, I have this graph from the Public Health Service in San Jose of infant mortality in the towns of the West Coast earlier this year. It's a big spike. I direct your attention to 2 features of this graph, Gennaro said. First, infant mortality is low in the months of January and February, then spikes in March, then it's low again in April. But from May onward, it is high right through July, and the month the American girl was bitten. The Public Health Service feels that something is now affecting infant mortality, and it is not being reported by the workers in the coastal villages. The second feature is the puzzling bi-weekly spiking, which seems to suggest Some kind of alternating phenomenon is at work. The light came back on. All right, Shannara said. That's the evidence I want explained. Now, are there any? We can save ourselves a great deal of trouble, Malcolm said. I'll explain it for you now. You will, Shannara said. Yes, Malcolm said. First of all, animals have very likely gotten off the island. Oh, balls, Hammond growled from the back. And the second, the graph from the Public Health Service is almost certainly unrelated to any animals that have escaped. Grant said, How do you know that? You'll notice that the graph alternates between high and low spikes, Malcolm said. That is characteristic of many complex systems. For example, water dripping from a tap. If you turn on the faucet just a little, you'll get a constant drip, drip, drip. But if you open it a little more, so that there's a bit of turbulence in the flow, then you'll get alternating large and small drops. Drip, 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 like that. You can try it yourself. Turbulence produces alternation. It's a signature, and you will get an alternating graph like this for the spread of any new illness in a community. Hi Isumi, how are you? How's your day going? I hope you're enjoying your weekend. Gennaro said, But you think that dinosaurs have escaped? Probably, yes. Why? Because of what you are attempting here. Look, this island is an attempt to recreate a natural environment from the past, to make an isolated world where extinct creatures roam freely, correct? Yes. But from my point of view, such an undertaking is impossible. The mathematics are so self-evident that they don't need to be calculated. It's rather like my asking you whether, on $1 billion in income, you had to pay tax. You wouldn't need to pull out your calculator to check. You'd know tax was owed. And similarly, I know overwhelmingly that one cannot successfully duplicate nature in this way, or hope to isolate it. Why not? After all, there are zoos. Zoos don't recreate nature, Malcolm said. Let's be clear. Zoos take the nature that already exists and modify it very slightly to create holding pens for animals. Even those minimal modifications often fail. The animals escape with regularity. But a zoo is not a model for this park. This park is attempting something far more ambitious than that. Something much more akin to making a space station on Earth. Shannara shook his head. I don't understand. Well, it's very simple. Except for the air, which flows freely. Everything about this park is meant to be isolated. Nothing gets in, nothing out. The animals kept here are never to mix with the greater ecosystems of Earth. They are never to escape. And they never have, Hammond snorted. Such isolation is impossible, Malcolm said flatly. It simply cannot be done. It can. It's done all the time. I beg your pardon, Malcolm said, but you don't know what you're talking about. You arrogant little snot, Hammond said. He stood and walked out of the room. Gentlemen, gentlemen, Gennaro said. I'm sorry, Malcolm said, but the point remains. What we call nature is in fact a complex system of far greater subtlety than we are willing to accept. We make a simplified image of nature, and then we botch it up. I'm no environmentalist, but you have to understand what you don't understand. How many times must the point be made? How many times must we see the evidence? We build the Aswan Dam and claim it is going to revitalize the country. Instead, It destroyed the fertile Nile Delta, produces parasitic infestations, and wrecks the Egyptian economy. We build the... Excuse me, Gennaro said, but I think I hear the helicopter. That's probably the sample for Dr. Grant to look at. He started out of the room. They all followed. At the foot of the mountain, Gennaro was screaming over the sound of the helicopter. The veins of his neck stood out. You did what? You invited who? Take it easy, Hammond said. Gennaro screamed. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Now look here, Hammond said, drawing himself up. I think we have to get something clear. No, Gennaro said. You get something clear. This is not a social outing. This is not a weekend excursion. This is my island, Hammond said, and I can invite whomever I want. This is a serious investigation of your island because your investors are concerned that it's out of control. We think this is a very dangerous place, and you're not going to shut me down, Donald. I will if I have to. This is a safe place, Hammond said. No matter what that damned mathematician is saying, it's not, and I'll demonstrate its safety. And I want you to put them right back on that helicopter, Gennaro said. Can't, Hammond said, pointing toward the clouds. It's already leaving. And indeed, the sound of the rotors was fading.
Banana!
Hello, Junar. Did you fall asleep? Did you have a good nap? God damn it, Gennaro said. Don't you see? You're needlessly risky. Ammon said. Let's continue this later. I don't want to upset the children. Grant turned and saw two children coming down the hillside, led by Ed Regis. There was a bespectacled boy of about 11 and a girl a few years younger, perhaps 7 or 8. Her blonde hair pushed up under a Mets baseball cap, and a baseball glove slung over her shoulder. The two kids made their way nimbly down the path from the helipad and stopped at some distance from Gennaro and Hammond. Low, under his breath, Gennaro said, Christ. Now, take it easy, Hammond said. Their parents are getting a divorce, and I want them to have a fun weekend here. The girl waved tentatively. Hi, Grandpa, she said. We're here. Oh no! I don't know what just happened. But good thing it was only for a second. It seems like everything is good now. We good? Alright, cool, we're good. Thank you. We're goody. Yes, good. It's 5 o'clock in the evening. Ah, ah, ah. Anyway, hello guys, how are you doing? Wear glasses? Oh, glasses. I forgot to put on my. I think I didn't put them on yesterday either. Nerd! How dare you! How dare you, Junior! How dare you! How dare you! American muffins. Bubba's only 25 cents. Bubba's, Bubba's. What is an American muffin? Please explain. Please explain. What is an American muffin? Aren't muffins just muffins? Let's take a little break from the book for now. Has a gun in it. Only one. English muffins. That's those little flat ones that you put. I use those for making like an egg sandwich. Right? A sausage and egg sandwich. Yeah, one of those. I'll be right back. I have to get more water and other things. Okay, I'm back. Water. McMuffins. I like the McGriddle. I didn't go eat more. Got to go for now. Have to prep to go to work. Okay. Thank you for dropping by. Have a good day at work, Izumi. Huh? What do you mean, huh? You don't know what a McGriddle is? You don't have a McGriddle in Australia? Oh, sorry, in Australia. Wow. So, the McGriddle has, it uses a different bun from the regular McMuffin. And it's sweet it's got maple syrup. It's sweet maple flavored. And then it has your sausage patty. Or, well, it can be sausage, bacon, or steak. And then your egg. And then your cheese. But the main component of the McGriddle is the maple syrup. How dare you? How dare you? It's very yummy. Very yummy. We are 108 pages into the book now. It took us like 2 hours to get there from page, 76? Did you just cheese slap me? Not 76. What page did I start at? Okay, so we actually started at page 60. Oh, we started at page 59. So, we made pretty good progress. Kind of sleepy. Junar, you know what I was asked today? I was asked if I thought about making Gooner content. Dang, if only I was here. If only you were here to fall asleep to me reading. It's a true story. I was asked that. And I was accused of writing lewd scripts. My scripts are not lewd. Yet. I had an eventful day. Very eventful day. Also, I'm having pizza tonight. Found it. Found what? Oh. What, you thought I was lying to you? This background audio is making me sleepy. I gotta crack my back again. Oh, I accidentally cracked my neck again. I love it. It's so nice. It's so nice. I did. I'm not trying to crack my neck. I'm trying to crack my back, and then I just turn it with my neck and it cracks. Accidentally. The best sleep you've had in a while. Ooh. Yeah, 7 hours is pretty nice. You usually get like, what, 3 or 4 hours? Ah. Oh, Junior, have you seen that game where you're climbing a mountain and you have to get to the top before the fog catches up to you? What is it? And there's like multiple mountains that you need to climb. And each one is a... No, not Celeste. It's a multiplayer game. Yeah. It has fog in it. And you have hunger. So you have to also keep up your hunger because your hunger drains your stamina and you take fall damage. And there's items that you can use to help climb, like ropes and pittons. It's a mountain climbing game. I can't think of what it's called, but I kind of want to play that. Is that what it is? Peak. Yeah. Yeah, that one. I wanna I wanna play that, but I want Ipeco to play it with me too. It looks like fun. Oh, it's on sale. It's only like $5. $4 and some change. Ooh. See what I can do. I've been watching some gameplay of it when I'm relaxing off stream. Kinda one. Do I want to read any more of this today, or should I save it for later? I'm kinda taking a little brain break from the book. There was a lot of reading. Alright, I'm gonna switch over to just chatting. Okay, we're just chatting now. Ah, I have a ringing sound in my ears now. There's a ringing sound in my ears now from the thunder and the pouring rain. Gotta give it a minute to settle down. But yeah, I feel much better after the rough start to the day that I had. Terrible morning with a happy ending, but still, it was devastating. Devastating. So, what I said, oh yeah, so next week we're doing our painting stream, and I think I decided I want to paint Undyne's house. I don't know if I want to do just regular Undyne's house and then get like glow-in-the-dark paint so that when the lights are out, it's on fire, or if I should just do it as the on fire house and then later get glow in the dark paint so that it just looks cooler when you turn the light off. I'm unsure which direction I want to go with that. Thank you for the follow, Alex. Welcome. Thank you for becoming one of my newest little minions, my little star catchers, star chasers. Welcome in. What else? Oh yeah, so I've decided to use my all of the days that I am taking off from streaming, all of my down days, except for Sundays, because those are my planning days. I will be using my days to practice my songs and start recording them using my other mic. So I'm gonna work with what I have for now, and then hopefully in the future I can purchase a new mic and the audio interface that I'll need to go with that. Thank you for the blinky yellow. So hopefully next month I'll have at least a couple of songs finished. Cotton got peak yesterday. What are the odds? What are the odds? Yeah, I saw it and I was like, that game looks pretty interesting. I want to play. It sounds like a lot of fun. I need iPad code to play. Oh, I'm gonna see if I can get Shiro to get it. I think that would be fun. I'm gonna send it to Shiro and see if Shiro will play. I have very few friends to play games with them. You're always down to play? I know you're always down to play. Oh, I won $10 thing for WUA, so I got the battle pass for WUA, and so I have to play that for a whole month now, so I'm trying to catch up on the story. It's kind of annoying though because it keeps freezing. If your PC doesn't blow up, same. See, that's why I'm always looking at like games that don't look like they're graphically intensive. I could be wrong about games like Peak or whatever, but if it looks like I can play it, then you know I probably will play it. Which reminds me, I still have a couple of the scary games installed on my computer, the little short ones. So maybe I think next week I'll play those. Yeah, and hopefully they're not too scary. I hope none of them involve running away from something because I hate that. It's so scary. I hate having to run from things and hide. I can do jump scares, but that speaking of jump scares, that gets me every time. Oh wee. Oh wee. Imagine getting jump scared by a wee cat. It's just a little guy. Yeah, he's just a little guy. I like how Twitch says I'm unstable, but my frames look really good on my OBS. It says there's no problem. I don't know who to trust. I'm having pizza for dinner tonight. It's got meat pizza though. That means it's gonna be greasy pizza. Yeah, no problems over here. Yeah, so that means Twitch lying to me. Yeah, pizza. I like pizza. You know, I can make my own pizza from scratch. Like the dough and everything. I can make the dough and yeah, it's easy. I just haven't done it in a while. Yeah, pizza is easy. Sometimes I'll make my own calzone. I also make my own I make my own cheesy crust pizza. Cause why not have cheese in your crust? Why not? If you can have cheese in your crust, you put cheese in your crust. Yo, speaking of Peak, I just saw someone else open up a Peak that I haven't talked to them in a long time. You've never had a cheese crust? I like it. Mostly because the reason why I started getting cheese crust before is because usually when you order out pizza, the crust is bland. It's like they just didn't season the crust. They didn't season the dough, right? When I make my pizza, I always season the dough before I roll it out and add the toppings to bake it. I don't know why that they don't make it a habit to also season the dough. So if I'm ordering from a place that I know that the crust is going to be kind of like bland and not worth eating, I do the cheese crust pizza. But I rarely ever order from those places. I also like the flat crust pizza. Flat pizza. It's your sister's birthday tomorrow. What are you doing for your sister's birthday? Like tomorrow as in Monday, or tomorrow today. Sunday. I'm gonna assume you mean Monday for you, because it's already Sunday for you now, right? Yeah. Merkin. Yeah, we Merkin over here, unfortunately. Monday. I'm supposed to get one of my payouts. My sponsor payout, I think I'm supposed to get either on Monday or maybe on Tuesday. You're getting her pizza tower. Does your sister like playing games? I dropped something. What did I drop? I dropped something off my desk. She loves games more than you. Is that even possible? How is that possible? No one loves games more than Juner. No, who could possibly love games more than Juner? This is inconceivable. I can take my glasses off. I'm not reading anymore. The highest amount of hours you put in the game is Payday 2. How many hours do you have in Payday 2? 261 hours. Wow. Wow. Do I have any games that are up there outside of VRChat? Let's see, how many hours do I have in Sky? I have 77.4 hours in Sky. I'm not counting that. I haven't touched a date with Death yet. 7 hours in Inzoi, almost 8, but I played it a couple of times. And it makes my computer hot. So, the only reason I haven't played it more. 33, almost 34 hours in Styx. Black Desert. Black Desert makes sense. Black Desert makes sense. I've got... Oh, yeah. I've got 1,100 hours in Black Desert. I played a lot of Black Desert. Yeah. How many hours do I have in ESO? 19. That's because I can't map. I can't read the map in Elder Scrolls, so I couldn't really get into it. 50 hours in Vamp. Listen, I didn't even finish Vampire. I didn't even finish that fucking game. Fucking pissed me off. I didn't even finish that game. I got stuck trying to kill his fucking sister. That bitch pissed me off. What the fuck? And I didn't like the main character of the story. He was insufferable. The Fractured Butthole. I don't remember if I finished that. I probably did, right? Did I finish the Fractured Butthole? I must have. I finished the Stick of must have finished it. I love the South Park games. They're funny. I still don't like turn-based combat though. And it showed. It showed when I was playing South Park games. I don't like being strategic. I just want to smash. Not that kind of smash. I mean Hulk smash. I just want to beat him up. What other games do I have? I have so many games that I haven't played ever, and then ones that I put like a couple hours in or not even, and then it was just like, fuck this game. I've got 79 hours in Rust. Rocket League, almost 8 hours in Rocket League. 111 minutes in Risk of Rain 2. Rise of Tomb Raider. 11 hours in Red Dead Online. 48 hours in Raft. Oh, I haven't played Rad yet. Putt travels through, putt travels through, putt travels through time. Let's see. Portal 2, 14.8. Payday 2, 2.7 hours. Risk of Rain is great, yeah, but I only played it one time with my boyfriend, and that was it. I have 23.9 hours in Palworld. I have Palia on my Steam, but I play it on the standalone, so I cannot register how much time I put into Palia. I also play it on my Switch, so yeah, I don't know how much hours I put into Palia, but probably a lot. Well, now you're gonna play again. Honestly, I don't even know how well it's gonna run on my laptop now. Swear, this thing is gonna fucking die. I'm telling you, it's gonna fucking die. Damn, you know what I'm gonna do after stream today? I'm gonna play Pajama Sam. There's no need to hide when it's dark outside. Let's see, Overlord, 6.9 hours. Outriders, 68.9 hours. I was so close to 69 hours in Outriders. So close to the funny number. But everybody stopped playing Outriders. That was a pretty fun game, actually. I liked it. I have Ori and the Will-O-Wisps, but I haven't played it yet. Once Human, 58.9 hours. Octodad, the Dadliest Catch, about 6 hours. That's the second one. I have Nuclear Nightmare. I don't think I have any friends who play Nuclear Nightmare. When did I get this? It must have been on sale. Nova Drift. Nova Drift. Nova Drift. Nova Drift. What was Nova Drift? One of those space shooters. I did not yet. I did not yet. gift. I accepted gift. Night in the Woods, I just keep replaying it. Next up, Hero. Don't have any others. I downloaded this game called Nightclub Simulator, but I can't play it. It just... it like, even on the lowest settings, it just fucking makes my laptop take off into space. That was crazy. New World. Where's the actual New World? New World public test realm. Where's New World? Did they cancel New World? Never end. Haven't played it. Neuro Voyager. What's that? Neon Chrome, 7.9 hours. Multiverses, 114 minutes. Oh, wee. Oh, wee. Muck, 9.7 hours in Muck. How many hours do I have in Moonlighter? 41 hours. Oh, I forgot about Monster Sanctuary. I don't think I got very far in there. Monster Hunter World, 94.8 hours. Played a lot of that. Obviously not as much as my MMOs. Mistover, 11. Meteor, 60 seconds, 23 minutes. Metal Gear Solid, Ground Zeroes, 3.4 hours. That game's been out for years! There's no spoiling! It's your own fault! And also, alive is certainly a way to put it. That is certainly something that you could call her. Doesn't like me because he's British. I don't like him because he's so fucking depressing. He's so fucking depressing. chismes. Whatever, he's so depressing. Come on. Listen, it's one thing to be depressing, but even his voice was depressing. Come on. I'm depressing, but at least my voice isn't depressing. What the fuck? You're depressing. I know I am. No. You think I'm gonna say that, oh, I'm all bright and happy, sunshine and rainbows? No, I'm not. I know I'm not. I know I'm not. I'm so depressing. I'm mean. I'm depressing. Your face is depressing. Jackbox party pack 5 hours. What is this? Indivisible. Huh. Hootie Pop. Horizon Zero Dawn. 28 hours. Didn't finish it. That was when I was still like a face cam streamer. And I had to stop. Didn't finish it. Hollow Knight, 8.8 hours. You had a problem with finishing? Yeah, I know. I never finish. I played 2 hours of Helldivers. I played it one time. And then my boyfriend was like, don't play that anymore. You need a new computer before you can play that. And I was like, okay, fine. I did finish I finished Senua's Sacrifice. It took me 9 hours. And Hat in Time. Oh, I have to test and see if I can. I have to test and see if I'll lag playing Hades. I have to test and see that. Apparently the rot can't actually kill you. The rot. Oh. We're talking about Senua's Sacrifice. The rot. Is that so? When did I get this? Go Hamster Chef. Oh, Generation Zero. I played 4 hours of this with my boyfriend and he was like, this game sucks. And then we stopped. Frog Climbers. When did I get that? The First Descendant. I have 9 hours of First Descendant. I was actually enjoying that game. But it became unplayable for me after a couple of updates. I'm done going through my games. I'm finished with that. I'm finished with that. We're not going through my games anymore to talk about the games that I have not finished playing or haven't started playing or I played a couple of hours in or a lot of hours in. We're done with that. Trying to decide which songs that I should work on first. And I asked Shiro for his opinion and he chose my one, Queen of Mean. And that one is definitely Villain Song. What the heck, Prime? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. don't have Prime. You don't have Prime yet. 3 out of 10. I had better ones earlier. You missed them because you were sleeping. Sure as hell ain't giving it to you. Yeah, that's right. You're probably gonna give it to iPeco. Already subbed to her too. I know you. Sabada. There's always Jinx and her Jinx. Okay, Juner. Alright, which one do you like better? Alright. Now, both of these will be recorded. You're also subbed to her. But I'm trying to decide which one I should do first. So this one is called Faithfully Your Villain, right? So the chorus is like, I am faithfully your villain, your favorite hell to crave. You'll kneel at every altar, yet whisper mine in shame. The other one, Queen of Me, and then that one's, it's better when I rule, when my word is law. You whimper when I smile, you beg when I withdraw. Oh, it's better when I win, when your will is mine to take. So tell me, precious toy, how badly do you ache? Not that one either. You just don't like any of them. Alright, what about Pluto Projector? No, original songs. Original. I wrote these. It's just a business. No hard feelings when the tide takes its cut. Yeah, I wrote them. I thought there were some old songs. No, I wrote them. Junior hates my music. He hates my music. Queen of Me. Well, but there's also this one. Is listen to my voice. It's echoing just for you. You don't have a choice. But oh, isn't it sweet too? There's nothing to fear. No shadows, no lies. As long as you stay near, forever by my side. No. Do you like this one? Wow! Crunching in my ears. So make me whole again, like the moon pulls the tide. Oh, wait. So make just for the night. Make me whole again. You like that one? Oh, I like this one too. This one's one of my favorites. I'm an empty shell, pretty to hold, but nothing to keep. Turn me over, listen close. All you'll hear is the ocean's ghost. This one's one of my favorites. This one puts you in the feels. This one puts you in the feels. So you like the ones that are more melody, more melodic. That one, here, I'll give you like a little sneaky of the instrumental. Did I just enter his shrine? Hold on. Let me see. There you go. Yeah. That's that one. I could probably do that with the mic that I have. Oh, we're on an ad break. Haha.
Ballerina cappuccina.
Ballerina
È la moglie
cappuccina.
di cappuccino assassino.
Ballerina cappuccina. I'm feeling kinda EP, y'all. I did have an eventful day today. Go to bed then, but pizza. But pizza. You're gonna be in VC. Ah. You're gonna hear me listen. Are you gonna listen to me crunch crunch on pizza in VC? Okay, I am going to do this. Maybe, yeah. to give you away. I'm going to give you away. I'm gonna give you to another Filipino. His name is Trixa Mother. No, don't worry, I'll come pick you up later, okay? This is only temporary. Only temporary. So everybody who is here, please hop on board of Lerad, please, and thank you very much. I will be back on a... I don't know when I'll be back. I just know I'll be back next week. I will know on Sunday. Because we're going to be doing 3 streams next week. I just don't know what the third day is going to be. I know we're going to stick with a Friday, Saturday as our consistent. But next week I have to decide when I want to do the painting stream. So on Sunday I will post the schedule for that. You can usually find me in the Discord, so if you're not in there, make sure that you get your butt in there. I like to hang out in my VC sometimes. So, I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I hope you enjoyed your time with